I'm still setting up Teams, so please bear with me. Gonna let that one go. Anyway, hope you're all doing well. Hope you can hear me. Grateful if you could confirm on sound. So sound is good, thank you Rab, HGC, Lowlander, and anyone else who's pitched in on sound. I'm a little bit behind the curve at the minute. I had a really tricky technical fault, which I'm not entirely sure I've cured. I think I may be just dancing around it at the minute, but let's see where we can get to with this. So I'll jump into the chat in a mo once I've got my rhythm and get me flow. If you're new to the show, I'm Mark. I don't always open as chaotically as this. Ryanair on shot, about to go to Dublin, and this is the thing that spooked me. I saw Rab's comment saying that the Virgin was small minutes out. Thought, thinking, well, would be early when I'm struggling. It was a bit of a tricky setup this morning, not heavy rain, but persistent. As you can see from the spray that's kicking up. So, welcome to Edinburgh. And for many of you, welcome back to Edinburgh. All our usual Sunday favourites, particularly this baby. Virgin Atlantic's A350. I've not checked to see who we've got today. Velj, Golf Victor Echo Lima Juliet. I'll let the chat clue me up as to what the name of this one is. I don't think I've seen it before. Well, not here. Or perhaps I have. Who knows? Anyway, what's incontrovertible is it's an A350 1000 inbound from Orlando. A little bit of fluff for us. So my understanding is we've had the worst of the rain, but it's a distinct possibility through chunks of the rest of the shows, so we're just going to have to bop around that. I'm set now for it, so that's all good. Nell, did I see a comment from you wondering if I am live on another stream? Oh no, hang on a minute, I have done that before. So that flaming top fan thing's reappeared again. I deselected it off my default and I can see those poxy crowns again. So apologise, I see it on the screen, I don't see any crowns next to names, but I've deselected that. If I have to keep deselecting it off my default every time I stream, I'm going to get pretty raggy about it. There you are, I'm ranting. Ooh, dearie me. Where's this plane going? Palma de Mallorca, an Embraer 190 standard. Right, I am in the chat now and I'm behind the chat because, well, I was behind anyway. I'm looking at 0756, so anyone that posted before that, I sincerely apologise. That's just where I'm at with the chat, so to speak. So Nell W, good morning to you. Like I say, I'm still staggered that you could think I'd be in the wrong stream. I think I might have done that twice during the life of the channel when I've had too many streams preloaded. Too slapdash when I'm titling them. If they all look similar, well, you get the general idea. Anyway, good morning Nell, good morning Mark Brightspark. Linda Cooper, stuck at work again, live next Sunday. Yep, that is going to be blinding. You just need to bring yourself and the weather. Do those things and we are going to be rocking and rolling. Right, EasyJet to Belfast. So, good morning Rab. So, it's a challenge, isn't it? No telescopes next Sunday, 3 last Sunday. Don't know how it's going to go today. I'm not happy with this setup at all. Nothing's right. I think it's the first time I've set up with a new camera in decent rain, and that worked out okay, has to be said. But the technical fault is kind of troubling me a little bit. I don't know if I've got an encoder issue that is going to become a bigger problem. I thought initially it was just an HDMI cable, which I always carry a spare for, but I just couldn't get, I got the feed on the camera, just couldn't get it up on the box. Ooh, and our Alcy Express ATR is back. Special Forces holidays in from Sonderburg. I don't know if this is a regular thing or whether they're just coming to collect the people they dropped off last week. It's a welcome sight. Provisional plane of the day on shot. So good morning, Carol. Let's see who else I need to say hi to. Trev Lyon, hello to you, buddy. Yay to you. HGC, I think we said hi on sound, but I'd rather do it twice than not at all. And then I am into the sound check, so thank you for everyone that contributed to that. That was a relief. Good morning, Martin Reed. Hello to the show. Hi to Johnny, wave and a thumb up from Mark. Natalie Alice, good morning to you. What are you up to later? Yeah, the sun should be more of a feature as the morning progresses. I think that's the prognosis. It's going to be filthy wet for tomorrow's show, but I've got a different setup plan for that. So we'll be back with the Panasonic and storm mode. So I'm going to get a drenching tomorrow, but that's what I signed up for. So Ryanair departing for Prague, if I've clicked on the right one. 50-50 shot on that. As you can see, a fairly layered looking sky. All things are possible. You can just about, you can see most of the Pentlands, bit of cloud grazing the top, bit of a short pause while we await the Flying Dutchman inbound from Amsterdam Schiphol. So where did we get to? Natalie Alice, Steve B. Cal 78, good morning to you, buddy. Stephen Edward, hello to you. Thumbs up from Mark. Oops, just over tilted the camera there. Hope you're doing well. Chigwell's finest, good morning to you, buddy. Rewriting your spotting logbooks. It's a proper Lord of the Rings trilogy with your multiple entries. So here's our Flying Dutchman. I see somebody is tucked in behind them. The Qatar Dreamliner is also on the way out. As you can see, the track is rapidly drying out. I think they'll be onto intermediates pretty quickly from here. I think inters are going to be the way to go, probably for the next half an hour. So first heavy departure of the show. Just have a quick look, see who's in on the far horizon. The far horizon is gonna be another heavy, a Delta 767 from JFK. Good morning, Jimmy Gibson. Thumbs up to you, Jimmy. Hi to Maria Spinelli. Hope you're doing well, Maria, who's also a member for 3 months. So I can't do fireworks today. Whenever I have a technically tricky day, I keep it simple, strip everything off, make sure the processor's not working excessively hard. But fantastic Maria, thank you so much for your continued support. Lovely to have you with us. So I was going to pop a poll on as well, but the prevailing weather kind of put me off getting the laptop out for that. We'll ride that over to next week. Well, I think there's enough of Smoky Joe for us to get the camera on it, so tally ho, tally ho. Aircraft in question, 26 years of age and departed about 5.5 hours ago. Yes, damn it. So, SMAC Aviation Photography, good morning to you. Spotted yesterday at Manchester. Oh, nice. And of course, that's where it's going to be going today, generally around 10:30 or thereabouts. So a nice little pattern of heavies, Dreamliners, 767s, A350s. Truckfest over on the far side, and the ubiquitous Ferris wheel for that. Heathrow Live, good morning to you. I think Mark Brightspark, I could do with a bit of beauty sleep, probably several years, but that's a different thing. Good morning, Big DC, hello to you. Nell W, member for 27 months, a fixture at PSA. You don't mind me calling you a fixture, do you? No, you know what I mean. Venerable, venerated, much loved. Anyway, fantastic support from you, both as a moderator and, well, a friend of the channel. All ends up. You could actually qualify as a cult figure, actually, on reflection. Don't know how you feel about being a cult figure. Paul Kaczynski, hello to you in Livingston. Hope you're keeping well, mate. Alexandra Wood, another member of the Superstar Mod Squad. Good morning to you, Alexandra. Hi and bye, family stuff to do. Ooh, I know the feeling. I know the feeling. Well, have a great day of it. Nah, I was in a rush, Rab H, so if I'm honest with you, I just looked to see what I'd last used, so I wasn't expecting anything, if I'm really candid. Really strapped for time yesterday, so with the other bits and bobs that I usually put together with the channel, kind of, if I'm honest, cut a few corners here and there on the basis that better to do most of it than none of it, if I'm honest. But yeah, good spot. I think with the switch up on plans to do a back-to-back here, it kind of created some extra tears of excitement for me as well, in terms of seeing if I can find a hotel at a price that I'm prepared to pay, weather forecast breaking as it is. I thought I'd better get the lawns mowed, so that was that yesterday evening, but generally disappeared up my own disappeared up my own self yesterday. In fact, really over the weekend. But yeah, it would have been nice if they had sent a 350. I'd definitely have smiled at that. I'd have said that was a lucky shot though. Catch you later, Alexandra Wood. Dwayne Hughes, hello to you. Right, I think we're there or thereabouts. If you're in the show but not in the chat, good morning to you. If you fancy saying hi, it'd be lovely to hear from you directly in the chat. As always, folks, gentle plea on likes to get us going with YouTube. The likes really do make a difference to whether they can be bothered to give you any promotion whatsoever. I think we've got a plane on very long finals, probably still at sea actually, an ATR. One of the good things about Edinburgh, of course, is you get the heavies, the single aisle, smaller jets, and a decent diet of turboprops, mostly from Aer Lingus, but as we saw earlier with Alcee Express, and hopefully we see later on with Logan Air, we do get fed props from a number of directions. So the inbound aircraft being an Aer Lingus regional operated by Emerald Airlines, as they always are. Inbound from Belfast 38 minutes ago. We'll keep a watch to see if that can be beaten in terms of shortest flight time for today's show. I think it can be, but it's a decent outlap. I think we might have a BizJet pinging up as well. A FlexJet Embraer Praetor 600. I see it transponding. I can't get eyes on it. Sun's breaking through. You might be able to tell that from the shot. I'm squinting now. You won't be able to tell that. Let's go zooming in. I'm not sure, I can't quite. Is the Praetor 600 the smaller one, or is that something different? No, there's a lot of blue on the picture on flight radar. Good morning, Neil Macquarie. How you doing? I'm loving your ritual, mate. PSA with the coffee. Chill out. Sundays are all about chill, really, unless you are having to work. Sky's gone a bit weird here, actually. So, luckily, let's get the zoom off. Sorry, I'm still zoomed. As you can see, to the east of me, it's pretty dark. I don't remember it being that dark when it was overhead. So Storm Floris heading our way apparently. We are back here tomorrow for that. So that's going to be interesting. Certainly plenty of water and plenty of wind. So that show could be a 2-minute wonder, or it could be a 5 or 6 hour extravaganza. Going to be a lot of fun finding out. Ooh, that is fierce sun. So back to the chat. Good morning, Mark W. Yeah, I'd seen the AirX is going to be Newcastle on Monday. That was originally our plan for. We had a Monday show teed up, which as you'll know as a member, we did put on advance notification, and then when Storm Floris rocked up, suddenly it was a slightly different dynamic. It's going to be windy at Newcastle, but it's going to be windy at Edinburgh, and of course there's a lot more aviation action, so it was almost like, on a personal level, I wanted to see the AirX 340, but on a broader level I thought, yeah, that's why we put it to a members poll, see what the members want me to do. I think it's this kind of thing, certainly with a small channel like ours, it's a team sport really, so it's about trying to grab the best entertainment we can. Plus the fact it's a 7:30 scheduled arrival, but if it comes in silly o'clock early, you're kind of left nowhere in terms of live stream, because the early action, there's quite a bit of departure action, but I don't know. Anyway, call is made. VDX Aviation, good morning to you. Yeah, Rab, at least dark to the east, you can live with that. It's not much good for the fishermen, but for us live streamers, it's gold. Tell you what, now the sun is actually out, it's quite warm. I've got sun cream, amazingly enough. I didn't think I'd need it. I thought it might serve as waterproofing, to be honest. Ah, is this the Danish Air Transport ATR? Also a bit of a guest in today's show. I'd like to say it's in from Copenhagen, but that's a fairly lazy assumption, just because it's Danish Air Transport. It's a Dassault Falcon 2000 EX, I think it is. Well, it was in my head when I looked last night. Due to go out around 9 o'clock today, and it did occur to me, it's off to Biggin Hill. I've got the notion that Oasis are currently doing their Edinburgh gigs at the minute, but I don't think they're live tonight. They might have been last night. Tell me in the chat if you know better, because I don't know at all, just bits and bobs of things. And I kind of wondered whether either or both of the brothers was having a day back in the smoke or something before coming back up. I think the gigs resume, is it Monday or Tuesday? Anyway, by the by. It's a wild pun. I just wondered, it was Flight of Fancy really. I do a nice line in Flight of Fancy. Good morning, Mike Wild. How you doing, Mike? So, Mark Bright Spark, thank you so much, mate. 6 months with PSA as a member. Woohoo indeed, buddy. Listen, mate, us Marks have got to stick together, and it's fantastic having you with us. Sorry, no fireworks today. I've kind of, as I was saying earlier in the show, I've stripped everything back. When in doubt with technical woes, bring it right back. First priority is to make sure you complete the show. I've got a funny feeling my encoder box might want an update of some sort. Ooh, let's get in on that. So Norwegian are next to go. Plane on shop, 737-800, 14 years of vintage, wearing the Ludvig Holberg livery. I didn't actually get a chance to see what Ludvig Holberg's claim to fame actually is. I'm sure it's a very worthy one. Must be to get yourself on a tail fin. Lucas Gallant, good morning to you, Lucas. Welcome back to Edinburgh. Philip Borin, hello to you. Here we go. Here we go, here we go. Yeah, I know the feeling. SMAC Aviation photography, I always check the day before I do anything if there's any updates. But yesterday was raggy-arsed rovers, so I didn't. And whereas I don't know for sure I've got anything pending, things just have seemed a bit spongy. As I was saying in that post I put before I went live, I actually just couldn't get any video on the screen at all. You try the obvious, don't you? Reboots and all the rest of it. Although, to be fair, that should have triggered an update, which it didn't. Anyway, by the by, we're here, we're live, and all is good at Edinburgh. Even the rain's abated. So what's upcoming is 8:30, so 9 o'clock. We do have Delta off to Atlanta. We do have Air Canada off to Toronto. I had to think about that. All those WestJet flights to other places in Canada. And of course, Air Canada have got a secondary flight to Montreal, which is 737 MAX. I think it's a MAX, so it could be an 800. So in fact, strike all of that from the record. It's a 737. So back in the chat, randomly jumping in. Thank you so much, HGC. Lots of love for the ribbons on that 757. Now, that must have been the Chicago flight. I didn't look it up, but I do know the New York-Newark flight came in about half past 7, maybe it's even earlier. Recent shows, it's tended to be late or cancelled, but United certainly seem on the money today. Of course, we've got two more inbounds from United. We've got the Washington flight due in around 10:25, and the second New York-Newark connection due in at 11:40. In terms of runtime today, we're going to suck it and see, I guess. It's one of those, as I'm staying over, if people want me to go a little bit longer, I'll go a bit longer up to the Pegasus. I know I've thrown that one out there. If the Pegasus comes in on time. And similarly with the Qatar Dreamliner, which is 13:40 in terms of arrival time, but if we're lucky, it'll grace us with an early arrival. Anyway, choice is yours, folks. I think the sun is supposed to be out by then as well, which sounds a bit crackers. Good morning, Eric Murphy. How you doing? thank you so much for subscribing and also for your kind comment. That is really kind of you to say, buddy. Good morning, Ian Finley, the legend that you are. How you doing, pal? 18 months with the channel. I don't know if you caught what I was saying earlier on, but it's going to be no fireworks today. Sorry, bud. Belt and braces with the kit. Got a bit of a tech issue that we're driving around at the moment. Hopefully all will be good. Anyway, awesome support, mate. It really is. We've got to get you back here as well. When you're next coming to Edinburgh? And I see something to enjoy as well. Dwayne Hughes has joined the PSA Crew Lounge. Awesome support, Dwayne. Fantastic to have you with us too. Oh, I've missed Siobhan Everett. Oh, Siobhan, good morning to you. God bless Siobhan. In bed, foot up, a broken foot as well. So it's not like putting your feet up figuratively. God bless her. She's got a very painful breakage. Much love from me to you, Siobhan. That's not going to help with your pain relief, but good morning, Retreating Blade. Thank you so much. Loving your hat trick of likes. Please do smash the like for us, folks. It just goes miles for us for YouTube. It really does. I don't know where we are on the likes count. I'll get to that one in a minute. But yeah, you guys are the best. No worries, Natalie Alice. I would go out to Mr. Pegasus this afternoon as well. I usually get dogs abuse because I find a way of finishing before it comes in. I thought, well, as long as I've got juice and it makes sense in terms of finishing under a dry sky, because what I don't want to be doing is taking down in the wet when I need the kit for tomorrow's show, and it's a wet show tomorrow, because obviously you want to make sure everything's dried out properly and all the rest of it. Doesn't take much to make things difficult. Erwin Wirchin, hello to you in South Africa. Good morning. 100 likes are up, says Ian Finley. Thank you, thank you, thank you, folks. That is a rip-roaring, fantastic start to Sunday morning. We've got the 100 up. We can set about the second 100. Right, we have an aircraft on final approach, so let's see what it might be. Beep, 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 beep. Shout out as well to new and recent members. Established members will know this largely anyway, but not entirely, because I haven't put all the information, just most of it out there. But it's going to be a very, very good month is August for us, hopefully. Off to Zurich later this month, hoping to pull another Aberdeen in, close the summer season off for that one, and 2 or 3 other twists and turns as well. Look at that blue sky. I could get attached to that. You know that horrible sky that was to the east? Although it's the opposite direction to the wind, it now seems to be largely over my head. There must be a knack to that. Weather whispering. Generally, if there's a bit of rain to be had, I can be relied upon to find it. It's one of my secret powers. So that BizJet is still pulsing away. The FlexJet Embraer Praetor 600. I can't see any movement though, so... Well, I can see a lot of vehicles moving over the far side. We'll put the camera there in a jiff. We'll have a browse actually, see what freighters we've got. Thank you HGC as well for confirming on the 100. We're 100 and going north. Trev's is stuck. I think mine's actually working. Mine says 120, which probably isn't the exact number, but usually I'm stuck as well, Trev. I have no clue why it's like that. Some weeks my clock says 14 for the whole show. It's heartbreaking as a presenter. Oh dearie me. And you think, why does it do that? And then the next week it gives you the right numbers. So the EasyJet that arrived was from Birmingham, for those of you who were curious. Let's pick it up on taxi. So yeah, Truck Fest over there. So I'm guessing we'll hear some high revving trucks. I think last time it was Truck Fest, as against last year. I've got a feeling we were over on the opposite side. Because I did wonder, like you do with mass events, whether the drag on the mobile phone mast would be too excessive for what we needed. But seemed okay. Thank you, Ian Finley. The FlexJet 915 to Nice. I'll avoid the obvious, oh no, I'm going to do it anyway. Nice. Nice, baby. Good morning, James Woolard. And Abby Garvey as well. What are you up today, Abs? Horses? I do think you could set your own channel up, really. The Adventures of Abby. Mock Bright Spot, often stuck on 20. Yeah, who knows why these things happen? It's gone ever so dark here. I might just have a quick look-see with my white balance. Bear with me. Set it to cloudy. It's definitely that. Bit of bird scaring in the background. Don't think it's having much effect, but you got to give these things a go. Good morning, Mark 176. Welcome to the show, Mark. Catch you later, HTC. You might catch the Pegasus, you might not. If there's no demand for it, I'm not going to stick on for that. We'll get some lunch instead. There are certain planes to be heroic for, and other ones that you wouldn't want to be. Erwin Wirchin, you are so kind, my friend. I have just seen your fantastic super chat. GB pounds 14 is not modest. I have to say, ZAR. Go on, you got to tell me. I'm just looking at it. One of those mind blank moments where you see something unfamiliar. Which is ZAR? Anyway, do tell. £14 GB is fantastic. And of course, every penny we take here just goes literally directly on content. We actually run the channel, not as your concern, but at a small loss. Well, not so small, but you know what I mean, a manageable loss. Overall, because it is my hobby too, but everything we get just goes straight on content. Lock, stock and barrel. Right, so I would have fireworked, but I can't, sorry Erwin. Right, so let's just see who's on Freight Parade today. A Casper, an ASL, and the Rainbow Delight that is West Atlantic. And if we go a bit further round, let's get the zoom back on, if I can find it. see what there is to be nosy with. John McCabe, good morning to you, buddy. Thank you, Erwin. South African Rand, my head was hurting. With going to Zurich and Geneva later this month, and I did Zurich last year, but I had one of those moments where I kept thinking krona, and it's not, it's Swiss franc of course, but I don't know, once the wrong idea pops into your head, it's hard to uncork. And I was looking at that and I thought, rand was what I was missing. Anyway, super stuff. Thank you so much. That's what I love about this show. It connects us all over the world, but it's, yeah, there's so many angles to everything. Right, we do have an inbound plane, so you'll be relieved to see there'll be some, what's going on here? Flight radar's just gone mad, it's zoomed. It's actually not flight radar, I think it's my antique tablet. Anyway, we're back in the game. So just crossing the coast is, come on, reveal yourself. It's another EasyJet from London Gatwick, an A319-100, 15 years of age. Jest. So Golf Echo Zulu, Foxtrot Tango. That's going to be an X-plane. It does remind me, Erwin, as well, I better order my currency. I mean, these days you can get currency pretty quickly, but we've got a really full-on month as a channel. We'll spill all the details in comprehensive shape and form in our monthly newsletter, which I think will probably go out next week, back end of next week, if not early the week after now. Thank you, Stephen Edward. Aer Lingus due in after Ryanair. Roger that. Good morning, Alan Lewis. Welcome to Sunday Show. Sky here now is just, it's everything. Behind me, it's quite blue. More blue than anything else. Good morning, Ian Nicholson. How you doing, buddy? I think though, weather-wise, we might get the odd shower as we work our way through the morning, but to be honest with you, that won't be a bad thing. We're set up for it now, and a bit of spray never goes amiss. So Stephen Edward was saying that we've got Ryanair in next. We have indeed, from Dublin, a Max 8 200, only 3 and a bit years of age, 3.5 TBH. Good morning, Mothman. Top of the morning to you. That must mean that Hammy has nipped out for a paper. So wind-wise, as you can see, basically a westerly, I think. More westerly than anything else. Forecast is exactly that, west-south westerly, transitioning to a full-on westerly until around midday, where it becomes a bit west-northwesterly. Gusting is supposed to pick up, so it should get into the mid 30 mile an hour, late 20 knots. Which is pretty much half what we may expect at max tomorrow. So if you are about and you fancy seeing what Storm Floris has got, Edinburgh's as good a place as any. It's going to be filthy wet and horridly windy, so it's going to be interesting. As I was saying earlier, it'll either be a 5-minute Mayday, Mayday, Mayday kind of broadcast, or we'll get one of those seat of our pants rides, so it'll be rather good fun to do. Ian Nicholson, you are such a mate to this channel, you really are. Thank you for gifting a membership to us. Can't do fireworks today, my friend. I had a technical hitch, both actually, at the start of the show. So I've paired everything back to survival mode in the hope that we'll survive. I will survive. Anyway. How far are we in? 53 minutes, so we've nearly got 1 hour under our belt. Plane on shot. I'm thinking might be going to, I don't know why I'm thinking this, I'm sure, because I've tried to discourage myself from thinking, but I had the notion it might be off to Palma for some reason. No, London Heathrow. It's only the Embraers that do the other routes, isn't it? So who got that gifted membership from Ian? Let's have a look. Alex X. Alex, or Alex, as in like 2 X's, Alex double X. If you can hear this, welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. Kindly gifted to you by Ian Nicholson. Oh, he's just double six of it again. Oh dear. Legendary stuff, Ian. Legendary. So I see you've gifted us a second one. Let's see who that's gone to. Oop, EasyJet taking off. Telescope avoidance kicking in. Just about every colour of sky you could wish for there. Well, not so much that. So British Airways off to Heathrow with their A320. Keep thinking we're overdue seeing the Better World one as well. So second gifty from Ian Nicholson went to Santiago Martinez. Santiago, welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation. And not so much welcome because he's part of our fixtures and fittings, but Mohawk Scotland, good morning to you, buddy. Smashing that like button, make sure it's reusable, we might need it for tomorrow. Hope you're doing well, pal. Poor old Mothman. What he's not telling you, he's in Hammy's shed, but there's a gap in the roof. You can see the sky from within the shed. Poor old Mothman. We probably should do a Mothman fundraiser, free Mothman. Find out how much ransom Hammy needs for him and see if we can get him released. 143 likes, says Mohawk. Bearing down on the 150, folks. If you're in the show and you fancy bringing the 150 up, that will be fan-dabby-dozy, zabulous and fabulous. Good morning, Alex Watson and David Stewart. Hope you're both doing well, mates. I was thinking the other day, I have not been to Heathrow for too long. Got no immediate plans, but maybe it's turn of the year or thereabouts. We won't do that as a stream thing per se. I want to go as a spotter, but if I do it, I'll lay a stream on as well. Daft if you go to that distance, but it will literally be primarily me just immersing myself in something I've not seen for a bit. Nell, you never miss a trick, do you? You're right, those gifties from Ian could have just taken me over the line. I don't know, with a half an hour, that would have killed me, because the more relaxed I get, the more haphazard I get. I forget that I'm presenting the show and I kind of think I'm watching the show. Right, we do have an aircraft on finals. Oh, a third hat trick from Ian Nicholson. God bless you, man. God bless you. And who got that? Ruth A. Fantastic to have you with us, and we are extremely blessed to have Ian with us. Hey up, our man in Hong Kong, but he's not in Hong Kong. He's in Osaka, Japan, on holiday. Oh man, I am so envious. So envious. When I was reviewing the stream from, was it last week's? I can't remember if it was Press Week or last week's Edinburgh show. You were saying you were in Thailand, so you're living the dream. Mega. Anyway, hope you're doing well. Thank you, Stephen Edward. Shed load of arrivals pending. That's how we like it at PSA. Good morning to Linda Canties. Hello to you. Wet and miserable in Aberdeen. Hoping to come your way soon to check on the weather. To be honest, it's only ever been sunny when I've been there this year. Just saying. I'm expecting to get a tan. If I come. Oh, Ian Nicholson, you're killing me with kindness, man. Another gifted membership. Number 4, I think. Well, by my lame counting, which has gone to Kevin Smith. Massive virtual applause and thumbs up for me, mate. You lot are brilliant. Such kindness is closing that gap distinctly on whether we do Aberdeen or not. But we've also got other bits and bobs in the pipeline, in a course, as well as our regular content. JetBlue, mint leaves, our favourite special livery. I've got the timings right in my head. Is this Boston or is this JFK? Oh, you think I'd know, but I'm going to say Boston and I'll look it up. 50-50. Got to take on those 50-50s. New York, of course. Next in, Aer Lingus from Dublin. Something growling throatily overhead, but no chance of getting a skyscraper on it. This is easily the most seen special liveried plane for me on a live stream at Edinburgh. Ooh, heavy action at the other end of the bus. Must be near 9 o'clock. Of course it is. And Big Delta and Smoky Joe are, well, they're breaking free. They're there. Nearly drove by. Good morning, Abby Christie. Hello to you. Good morning, Jonathan McD as well. And sorry, I tried to sneeze away from the mic, but it got too fast on me. Too fast, too furious. So Jonathan McD, good morning. The legend that is Hammy has returned from the paper shop. Having got a paper, and that means Mothman is probably washing cars and stuff like that. How you doing, Hammy? Jonathan McD, that video that you posted on the Facebook group, I think I've watched that every day this week. Every day. It's definitely going to be going in the social. So members, remember, our summer social, online and virtual as it is this Sunday, 1800 hours, Greenwich Mean Time. Cheap fares, says John Mackenzie, on the Hong Kong Express. I think cheap fares over here in the UK are something of yesterday, to be honest. Sadly. DB Bassman's in the show, as is JJ. Good morning to you both. Yeah, Natalie, Alice, I'm not on a roll with 50-50s. I can't remember the last time I called a 50-50 correctly. They're no longer 50-50s. Gazetee got. Is that another giftie? Good God, it is. Thank you so much, Ian Nicholson. Is that number 5? I'll have to count them back later. I'm getting baffled. Gazetee, if you are in the show but not in the chat, Ian Nicholson is the guy to thank. You now are a member of the PSA Crew Lounge. Air Canada are also taxiing out, as you'll see as we cut by with this shot. So you should see the Delta first. There you go. And now you're going to see the minty blue. If you're quick, I don't think you didn't quite work out, so I'm going to pedal fast to get us back. There you go. My favoured Air Canada livery. Keith Cornell, no worries buddy. As with all such things, aviation and aviation live stream, I'm always wowed by the support we get, absolutely, and people come and go through the morning. Got stuff to do, ain't you? Stuff got to be done. And while I'm thinking about the bigger picture, good morning to everyone that has just joined the show. As I say, I'm mindful people come and go all the time. Welcome to Edinburgh, welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation, and welcome to me, Mark. If you didn't know that I'm Mark, my pleasure to meet you. Bringing you the live action from runway 24. Locked into a westerly wind today. I think tomorrow will be a bit of a crosswind. I think it goes southerly at one point when we have our Storm Florist show. But today is settling down quite nicely. We've got an aircraft on final approach, so we're going to pick that one up in a minute. Oh, hey Nicholson, you're the man. Another giftie. Deary me. I feel terrible that we're not fireworked up. You deserve a crescendo cacophony. You really do. So who got that one? DGP Media. DGP Media, welcome into the confines, the lush confines of the PSA Crew Lounge. Ooh, look at here. It's a bit busy. So, back-to-back heavy departures. Dreamliner 9, 767-300 extended range, both going across the pond. We do have an aircraft on final approach. They're going to be holding for that, and that is Turkish Airlines inbound from Istanbul with an A321neo, 4 years of age. Good morning, Mary Brock. 1805 with you. Oh, I'm literally waiting for Linda Cooper to thumb me up when it lands. Can't wait, Mary. As I say, you're just too kind to us, or too kind to me. FlexJet on the move. Watch out for the telescope. Hey up, Ian Finley. You don't know. He was right, you know. Well done, Ian Finley. Well done. So Stephen Edwards says we've got EasyJet from London, London Gatwick, I guess, after the Turkish Airlines. So can't see it yet, Stephen, but I'll have my eye tuned to the horizon. Every week since we've had the Turkish Airlines back, I look and pray that we're going to get the biofuel special livery. I've only seen it the once here, last November, and I wasn't filming at the time. I got it on my phone, but the camera on my phone is pants, so So the Delta is taking the runway. First 767 departure of the day. Far from the last one. Hold that thought. So that inbound was a Falcon from Biggin Hill. Thank you, Ian Finley. I think that's going back to Biggin Hill, is it not, during the course of the show? George Hall, good morning to you, George. Happy Sunday. Hammy, I don't know, Chipaz will be beside himself to know that he could have been looking at that. Or will he make it just in time? I think he missed it last week as well. Good morning, Jason Cumming. Just about got it. Tell you what, there's no time. There is no time. We've got somebody else on finals. That'll be the EasyJet, I guess. That is a good question, Hammy. Ask me that again on the social on Sunday night and I'll elaborate a bit further. But I don't think they necessarily, I think successful is a relative term, isn't it really? I think we've been fairly successful at what we set out to achieve, because this was never going to be a second income or a first income for that matter. All about the community, all about the fun, and see where we could take it. So in that sense, it's been very good. Suffice to say that Mrs. PSA will tell you that my default position is sat on the settee with a laptop on one of those kind of little laptop cushions, you know, the sort with the wooden top but the soft underside. The default position, Mrs. PSA calls it. Hold the thought though. We'll have a little knockabout along those lines on Sunday. All about the fun, all about the fun, and it wouldn't be any fun without you good folks. So, you know, I take my hat off to you, but it's clamped on by my headphones. Rab's back, showered. Have you had your Weetabix, Rab? Thank you, Ian Finley. The Falcon 2K, sorry, due out at 2000, sorry. Falcon 2000, get there. Luton at 10:50. Righty ho, nice one, buddy. I had the notion we got to see it go. I think we'll take a plunge on that one when it comes out the trees. So, next out, an Embraer Praetor 600. Where's my plane gone? Don't adjust your set. Oh, there he is. Dear me. That is a flattish climb. Must be going out pretty heavy. Pretty much stuck to the trees. DB, you know that keeping out of the way is the same thing as helping out with the housework. Yeah, members social on Sunday, Hammy. We're working on the various bits and bobs with the format, so that is 1800 hours UK time through till around 8 o'clock. As always, quiz, and there will be some podium prizes, but also if you enter the quiz, you'll go into Eddie's Wheel of Mayhem, and you could still win a prize, even if you didn't score very well on the quiz. And the star prize, which is an aircraft model, will actually just go into the Wheel of Mayhem. That's not winnable off the quiz. So you haven't got to know everything to get something good out of plain sailing aviation. Just got to give it a go. Tell you what, those little rascals always catch me out. I'm trying to work out when they're going to rotate. Aer Lingus next to go. Craig McLean, good morning and welcome back. Lovely to see you, pal. Jason Cumming, I've just got to the second part of your comment. Don't worry, I know folks know what we do, so no harm, no foul. I don't mind a leg pull. I think it's one of the things we're most proud of for a channel of this size, how much we do. Do. Whilst trying to stay out of the doo-doo. Which generally I can be relied to find, definitely. All right. Been a good day for props so far, and I think the Elise Express is due out, I would have thought, around now. Scotland's finest are in the show with their prop due to go to Newquay. Oh, hang on a minute. I see a firework moment. Got no fireworks, but I'm bedazzled and ever grateful. John McKenzie, thank you so much for your Ko-fi. Awesome support from a great friend of our channel. So, I just danced onto that comment from Jason Cumming. Some airlines bringing the Queen of the Skies back into their fleets. I don't think so, but I wish that were going to be the case. I think the economics have just moved too far across. The A350 and the 777 are, and the Dreamliner for that matter, are just so much more economical. If only that wasn't so. Weange, good morning to you. How you doing? And hi to Kenny Woodburn. Loved it from Prestwick. My first time there with the stream. I've been once with the camera before we started live streaming. Loved it. That night will live with me forever. Crackers. Good morning, Andy Rankin. How are you doing, pal? And Polar Beer is in the house. We've got some talent at our disposal this morning. Colin Lee's Hearts 735. Good morning to you as we get a solid top of the morning planes and trains moment. I spy in the background there. Thank you, Mary. I will wait to hear from Linda. KLM in the background. I'd rather get it on over at Truckfest. Have they switched the Ferris wheel on yet? No. Oh, hang on, something splashed. Craig McLean, the legend that is Craig McLean. Welcome back, mate. You have absolutely blown me away. 5 gifties. And they've gone to, I mean, what can I say? Awesome support. Scottish lass, Gary Sukimara, not said that right. Jason B and Susan Helmer at Coffee and K-Dramas. Welcome aboard, one and all. But Craig, top man. Just pedalling back, John McKenzie, while you're in Japan, are you going to be doing any spotting at Haneda or Narita or elsewhere? Just curious. And say if you are, please do share some on the Facebook group, because that is vicarious living. Most deaf. Good morning, John Macklin. How are you doing? And yep, Linda Cooper, sadly working today, but will be in the show next Sunday. I think Linda's working arrangements are going to be changing, which is going to make it easier for her to be in the Sunday show, which I know is going to go down fabulous with you good people out there. We are looking at a Linda's takeover, not tapeover show, that sounds like something completely different. Takeover show somewhere in August, if things fall into place in the right way. And that will be Linda Cooper and Scottish Linda, who are essentially going to be doing most of the show while I'm in a hammock somewhere along here. Or probably the mound, actually, it'd be probably more sensible. But keep you posted on that one. A little bit of a deviation. Jamie Jamie Mole screen glinted there when I was reading across it. Good morning to you, Jamie Mole. Jason Cumming asks about plane and airline. It moves around all the time. I'm a real flirt when it comes to favourite planes. I really am. I'd have to say at the moment, this exact moment in time, I'm all about the Edelweiss A350 with some significant pull towards the A340. However, all-time classic, I would say Concorde you have to put out on its own, I think. I don't think it's in the same race as everybody else. But if you're talking about subsonic, my heart says BOAC 747, I think. And even now, as I say that, I'm thinking, nah, BOAC VC10. We probably should have a debate on that sort of thing, but honestly, my head moves around all over the place on that. Maverick 79 is in the show, and is Scottish Linda. So I mentioned Linda Takeover, and then you appear. Finish your morning cup of tea. I hope you've had more than one, Linda. Do you know, I did something really stupid this morning. What do you mean this morning? As compared to every morning. So I always have a pot of tea before I go anywhere, and I'd had 2 cups out of it. And because I'm packing to get ready and all the rest of it, because I packed most of it the night before, but I don't like to put it all into the different boxes and stuff until the morning. It's one of those things that I have to remind myself, otherwise I'll unpack it all to double check. So I realised that you just have to put things in the zone, so to speak. Anyway, poured the third cup of tea, did all the stuff I had to do, and then I was about to go out the door and then realised I'd not had my third cup of tea. I've been mourning that ever since. So I bring this show to you today on only 2 cups of tea, as we have Air Canada with that fantastically stylish 737 inbound from Montreal. So we've seen both Air Canada liveries today. They're both smart, but I am still minty blue. But I do like the other one too, so make your mind up, Mark. Good morning, Charlie Newlands. How you doing, Charlie? Hope Sunday's going good. Jason asks about airports, international. You ask some tough questions, and again, I can be a right flirt around this kind of stuff if I'm dead honest. So we streamed at Madrid, and that blew me away. One of the things that's going to stay with me always in terms of that, when Eddie and I got to the place and just the sheer expanse and so many things moving at the same time, it was mental, proper mental. But having travelled to some other places, I've got to say Zurich on the observation decks there was just fantastic, utterly fantastic. I think I'm just going to adjust my white balance, team, just bear with me. There we go, the sun is out. The sun is up, the sky is blue. It's beautiful, and so are you, dear Prudence. Happy days at the airport. Right, what we got? According to my flight radar, Ryanair from Stansted. Ooh. At this rate of knots, I'm going to have to take a pause and put some sun cream on. Unbelievable. So the Iberia Express that Stephen Edward was talking about in the chat is next in. Thank you, Stephen. So I didn't quite get, did I, to my best of places to go. I love Brussels as well. That was a real gem. The spotting platform there overlooking runway 25. Don't know. We've seen a few goodies. In terms of UK, I'm going to say Edinburgh. I love Aberdeen, definitely, but Aberdeen obviously doesn't have all of this. It has something very different. But Edinburgh, I think the ability to watch this from the Mound or here on Almond Bank is just exceptional. And I think it's unparalleled in UK airports, to be honest. What's going on over there? We've got a vehicle stopped on the runway. Interesting, because somebody's on final approach. Oh, he's clearing off now. as soon as I put the camera on. No, Linda Cantis, I didn't get to do the tall ships. Now, why did I not get to do the tall ships? I was doing something else. I can't think for the life of me what that something else was. Did it clash with the Riat? Is that why the Red Arrows went to Aberdeen? It might have been because I was off to the Riat. Because I did give it some thought, actually. I quite fancied seeing that as its own thing anyway. And I knew you were getting the arrows. Oops. Tell you what, I'm just going to pause this. I keep catching, I've got my phone attached to the camera, but I don't really want it there. That's twice I've caught it, so it's juddered your picture. I'm not doing a hat trick of that. So next departure is Danish Air Transport, taking their ATR 72-500 to Dublin. Let's see if I can find that for you. And there's me thinking it was a Copenhagen flight. Fair old camber there, isn't there? You're not seeing a lot of plane, the ATR being very low slung. Good morning, Linda with a Y. Tell you what, Team Linda is building up in the chat. Team Mark being squeezed out a bit. I think you've seen Mark Brightspark and Mark 176. If there's any other Marks, help. Good morning, Jules C. Hello to you. Oh, no show was it, Linda? Oh, I got lucky then because I was seriously flirting with that until I realised it wasn't going to work. I think that's being lucky. I mean, Aberdeen has had some fantastic sights recently, hasn't it, off the back of the President Trump visit. Some fantastic movements. Right, we've got another prop going out, Logan Air. Off to Exeter, actually, so let's go and acquire the target. I think I am going to have to put sun cream on. I thought I won't bother because I don't want it running in my eyes. What do we always say? 4 seasons in a day here at Edinburgh, and that is really true. Just going back up the chat, I chose to ignore your no sing zone post, Rab, on the basis that if I don't get challenged, I can get away with it. Scottish Linda, yeah, poor third cup of tea. It's criminal waste of tea, criminal waste. I've not felt right since. Good morning, Mark Joseph. Hello to you. Oh, that is sad, Ian Finley. Egypt Air A220. Blimey. flew into St Athan, that's Cardiff, isn't it, to be scrapped. It's poignant stuff, isn't it, when you... I mean, when I was down at Kemble and I was looking at a couple of China Southern airframes that were being fairly... There's still plenty of them left, but quite a lot of bits and bobs removed. And you kind of think, it's a mixed feeling. Do I like to look at these things, or would I rather not look at these things? And I found it mesmerising, but I prefer to see planes flying, and if they can't fly, I prefer to see them in a museum. Of course, there's some serious money. Wrapped up in aviation. It was one of the things that struck me at Kemble, and of course members have seen, or some of our members will have seen the video I put up. Well, it's a montage of stills really from the trip. Oh, Danish Air Transport is continuing our sequence of props. We're Prop City. Anyway, point being, on my travels, I saw a sequence of pallets loaded up with aircraft tyres, which clearly are going to be repurposed and put on somebody else's airframe. You realise that literally everything is potentially resaleable. There's a lot of money in it. Jason Cumming, you can ask as many questions as you like, as indeed anyone else can. Don't be upset if I don't pick it up, because obviously chat, I have to ration my time. Favourite livery? Currently flying. Well, Edelweiss is probably my favourite scheduled. It is. If we're talking specials, I'm going to say the BEA special livery. It just connects me with my childhood, and I'll be sad when that's not flying. I understand that's going out of service this December or thereabouts. Sorry, cameras are stripped it off its axis. We do have an aircraft on final approach, so worry not. So yeah, BEA, I think. There's a lot of good ones out there, but the one that I always hope to see in a stream on my travels here in the UK, particularly at Edinburgh, BEA. Who let the dogs out? Who? Sorry, Rob. And everybody else that may have been troubled by that. I have got a slightly, after all the stress at the setup, I kind of feeling a bit liberated right now. Probably how the passengers on this JetBlue from Boston feel, having departed 5 hours and 13 minutes ago or thereabouts, shortly to get themselves down on runway 24 here at Edinburgh International. Wind is picking up a bit now. It's kind of pushing against the long lens a little bit on the pan. First time I've felt that today. I think I'll hold off on the sun cream for the minute. Seemed a good idea, but having looked more carefully, Danish Air Transport about to return to Sonderburg in a minute, an ATR 72-500, same as the, so that'll be the Elise Express. So I'm confusing myself. We did see the Danish Air Transport ATR 72-500. Now we see the Elise Express ATR 72-500. Sorry if I made that confusing. There's a knack to that. Mark Brightspark, thumbs up from me to you, buddy. See you tomorrow. Stormstream tomorrow, yes. So the thumbnail is going to go out later it's going to look a lot like that. As soon as I've had my lunch and got to the hotel, I'll pop the thumbnail out. Hotel of choice for tonight, not my usual haunts, so usually I'm a travel lodge at Ratho Station or Livingston at a pinch. They're my preferred bolt holes here. You wouldn't believe how much they want for a night, 2 night. We're talking like 200 plus quid, so ain't doing any of that. Dreghorn is not far from here. Those who know will know that. But that's where I'm going to be tonight. So depending on traffic on the bypass, only 20 minutes or so away, and I'll be here at silly o'clock tomorrow to make sure I can get set up. So that's going to be a fascinating one. John Macklin, are you talking about the guy that was in my shot? Yeah, it's unfortunate really, isn't it? Because you do the courteous things when you set up. You talk to the people on your left and your right to make sure that we're not in each other's pan. Or the guy was about 6'3", 6'4". I'm 5'10", and he was definitely taller than me. He didn't need a box to shoot over the fence. But there you go. Not entirely convinced he was the most rational of individuals, because when he did it the second time, I was feeling a bit less rational. I actually found myself, I touched him on the elbow to encourage him to consider others. Couldn't believe he'd done it twice. There you go. Live broadcast, eh? Yeah, Rab, I corrected myself. You've got to give me time. Oh, 200 likes up as well. Bravo, and thank you everybody. Good morning, Deb08. Happy Sunday to you, and happy Sunday and welcome to EasyJet. No, not stormy yet, Sousa. Sousa is going to be tomorrow. Today has just got the prospect to be intermittently wet. I think prospect or probability on showers. Let's just see if it's changed, because I've taken my coat off now. So let's have a look. Where are we now? 10% chance of rain at the minute, falling to 5%, 20% from 11 o'clock, 30% from 12 o'clock, 20% from 1 o'clock, and then it's a dry afternoon. So there's just an enhanced prospect of a bit of rain. To be honest, with where the camera's pointing, my instincts tell me it's more going to be, that's where the risk is, that side, which is okay for us. It doesn't give us any sleepless nights, mercifully. Interesting, Steve Beacow 78. Backward facing seats. Do you know what? I've never flown a Bristol Britannia. Obviously a young man like me wouldn't get near such a privilege. But if you think about it, you can imagine design-wise why people thought that was a good idea. You imagine the plane, you know, either coming to a fast stop because it needs to brake urgently, the momentum's all into the seat, and if you have a number of crash scenarios, you might think rear-facing seats were the way to go. Obviously, that's not the way it is, but interesting. Catch you soon, Trev. Catch you soon, mate. Kai Way, hello to you. Happening tomorrow? Well, we don't know really. We know we've got a Storm Floris. Stream-wise, we'll be live here from around 10 to 8 o'clock. It's going to be heavy rain when I set up, so I've got a particular setup that I use in those conditions. Won't be using the camera that we're watching this morning. We're going back to the Panasonic, which is way easier to protect and less expensive if I fail to protect it, because It's 4 years old, 3-4 years old anyway, so it would be unfortunate if we lost it to the weather, but it's not a complete car crash for the channel. Its new job is dealing with bad weather. Looking to our horizons, not just scanning for the weather, but inbound aircraft. WestJet inbound from Toronto, a 737 MAX 8 departed nigh on 6 hours ago. Aircraft 2.5 years of age, so it's a mere babe. EasyJet departing with their baby bus to London Gatwick. Let's get that on camera while I think about putting my coat back on. Why did I take my coat off? My motor self, never take your coat off. Oh yeah, you're right, Jason. It's Linda Cooper messaged me to say that. So Truck Fest is on, the Fringe is on, the Edinburgh Fringe, and I had this notion that Oasis were in town as well, but I might be wrong on that. Either which way, hotel prices for a travel lodge, absolutely bonkers. But they must be selling them. I know they always put these messages on. It said only 3 rooms remaining. Not that that would motivate me to spend 200 odd quid, whatever it was, 249. But we're travelling back to Northumberland. It's just a bit onerous and just puts too much mileage on the motor as well, you see. So yeah, it's all happening at Edinburgh, no question. I can't wait to see what kind of numbers they file at the end of the year for passenger movements. They set a new record last year with 15.5 million, and I've got this hunch they're going to beat that. Certainly, based on my one transit through the terminal a few weeks ago, the place is creaking at the gills. It's a healthy problem to have. It's in demand. But boy, have they got to catch the infrastructure up. Something we've talked about in a few shows recently. I'm sure they've got plenty of plans for that. Good morning, Navy Jack. How you doing? SE Aviation, good morning to you. Nell, you hope there'll be a stream. It might be one of those ones where I have to post in the chat. Mayday, mayday. Conditions too onerous, because obviously setting up in heavy rain is very, very tricky. But I've got a method. I've got a method. So where are we now? 9:49. So this can only be the 9:40 departure to New York, Newark. Aircraft arriving too early for our show. Just going to adjust my white balance again. I think the sun's gone. I'm glad I didn't put the cream on. So EasyJet are just taking the runway. The wind is just starting to pick up a little bit. We talked about that earlier. It's definitely picking up. It's not going to be onerous today, but it's heading in that direction. Dr. Kersey, good morning to you. Hope all is good. Storming, hello to you. United indeed. Oops, we're on. See, we've got an aircraft on final approach as well, so kind of expedited things a bit. Wisey bye. So the United 757 still holding short, plane inbound. So the RB211 Concerto is about to spark up. Daniel Watkins, good morning to you, Daniel. Hope all is good. Next plane in, Alada Air A320 inbound from Vienna. Photobombed by a couple of birds. Come in, WestJet, your time is up. An ATR on the push, and a 757 just about to line itself up. All happening. Daniel Watkins has hit 16 months with a PSA crew lounge. Sadly, can't do fireworks today, Daniel. Been hit with a bit of a tech issue, but thank you so much for celebrating 16 months with PSA. Can I put my coat on before this starts moving? RB211 time. Well, there you go, I managed that. Here we go. Good morning, Claire. Happy Sunday to you. Wasn't overusing the grunt on that one. I'm guessing that's a fairly light aircraft. See if we can have it with the blue sky. There we go. We'll share a bit of the climb. I suppose I better avoid entrancing myself. Tomorrow, Casey, you can't be serious, man. Love to see you, but I wouldn't travel to see me. It's going to be vile. You'd be better watching at home. Save the cost of travelling for, we've got other streams in August where the weather you'd hope would have to be better. It's possible that the weather is too bad for me to actually get the thing up, because the wind's pushing towards 60 mile an hour. Plus, if you're coming up the East Coast main line, I'm the opposite side of the airport. I think it'd be too difficult, mate, far too difficult. If you're going to come, I think there's enough action on the table for the rest of August where the weather prospects will be better. I'd hate for you to go to cost and travel expense and potentially get stuck on the way up if they have any power lines down, as the East Coast often seems to do. Although I think the weather forecast is affecting the north and the northwest, isn't it? So North Scotland, northeast England, northwest England. I don't think it's as onerous elsewhere. So yeah, tomorrow, I'd say be bright and early, folks, if you can, because it could be a flash in the pan. It's going to be tasty. Yeah, the start time is likely to be adjusted, so that's the other thing. The 9:30 time was the provisional time I'd left on for Newcastle, because we didn't know what time the AirX was going to be in there. We've decided to come here instead. So actually, that's a good thing you flagged there, Rab. That time will change. It will be 0750, so we catch the usual transatlantic stuff. So please do. I'll put a post out reminding on that, as well as the change, because I'd hate people to turn up at 9:30 and find we've been and gone. If you just look at the forecast for Edinburgh Airport tomorrow, it's just garbage. But if we can get up, it's going to be a lot of fun, and I think sometimes you've just got to give it a go. Yep, they're truck festing away, Dr. Kersey. I haven't got the Ferris wheel going yet, but I think looking to the, in fact I'll put the camera there in a bit, looks like they've got plenty of attendance. Well, they do, don't they? It's a kind of blue chip Edinburgh event. So next arrival, says Stephen Edward, 757-200 from Washington. Just about see it, if that's the one, Stephen. Let's have a look. Let's just click on a button and find out. Looks like it. It's the right icon. It is indeed that aircraft. Departed 6 hours 11 minutes ago or thereabouts. The beautifully iconic 757, 27 years of age. Oh dear. Young, but apparently old. Make sense of that, if you will. Scottish Linda, have you got young Robin, Sarah Louise and Alicia in earshot? Well, good morning to you all, if you can hear me, and if you can't, no worries. Sun is back out. Good morning, H Dot. How you doing? Happy Sunday here. All right, not made, KC. I'm only skimming off the screen. You've seen me streaming. You're not in the chat in the same way that you would be if you were watching at home. You're skimming, so to speak. No worries, as long as you're sorted, that's all I'm fussed about. I'd say that for anybody that was minded to come down and see me tomorrow. I'd say, don't come and see me on another day. Don't get yourself wet and blown around. No point in us all getting bedraggled. So there's our inbound flying pencil. Let's get in a bit closer. It's going to feel really hard to transition back to winter timetable, isn't it? We've been spoilt rotten this summer. Spoilt rotten. Ooh, what a wheelie. Good one. Let's see if we can have that on replay. Well, that's not playing properly on my box, so I'm going to kill it. Sorry if it was playing properly for you. I was saying earlier that my encoder seems to be having a sorry Sunday. So if that was a bit juddery for you, it certainly was on my display screen. That's not good, is it? Good morning, Ash Watts. Thumbs up for me to you. To be fair, Rab, if I'm going to get myself in situ so I don't risk getting snarled up in traffic, so I'm going to be here just like I normally would be, and then I'm just going to see. I've got a method for those kind of days, but you're right, the forecast is, if not insane, utterly insane. So I think that's the other thing I'll put in the post, that if we're a little bit late away, please bear with me, conditions pending and all the rest of it, because as you know, once it's full on, it gets tricky. But I'm pretty stoked about it. Even if we don't pull it off, sometimes you just got to give it a heave, give it a go. And whether we last through till lunchtime or whether I'm done and dusted 15 minutes later, we'll not die not knowing, will we? Good morning, Laura. The Foxy Bee is in the house. Hope you're doing well. Dopey Gorp's in the house too. Mayhem. Dopey Gorp, I would have asked you, but I knew the answer, so I've not asked you. I was saying, in terms of clothes, because I'm staying over, we've got the potential to drift up to the Pegasus today. I can't find a plausible reason not to do it, but equally, if folks aren't fussed, we'll finish probably around the Qatar Dreamliner instead, assuming that makes... Oh, I think I've just seen a BizJet. Oh yes. Liking that. And that is the Falcon 2000 EX that is on its way to London Luton. Yeah, lovely stuff. Tell you what, folks, the sunshine is proper August quality. Great, showtime. Track is clear, pedal to the metal, let's go, go, go. Wow. What do you reckon, chat? Sharpest climb of the day? I'd say by a country mile. Right, WestJet on their way out to Halifax. That's going to be your next departure. Guessing they're wheat fields over in the background. Boy, do they look sun-drenched. So where were we? Dopey Gorp is in the chat, creating mayhem. Don't worry, Scottish Linda. I thought if they're watching, I've got to say hello. Oops, what's going on here? Can't believe that. That is a very slow taxiing in United. I think they must have been kept in immigration purdah or something. Good morning, Robin Harrison. How you doing, Robin? Hope all is good. Carl Shield, various. Oh, liking the diversification, Carl. Hope you're keeping well. Yeah, Rab, but there is definitely something wrong with the box. I think it's got to have a total power down and see. Just looking at that, I thought if it's looking jerky for me, it must be looking jerky for you. So I'm sorry to have inflicted that, but I have no clue why. Told you, it was tricky setting up. Right, what we got? Logan Air inbound from Southampton. That's what we got. So BDAB WOY, good morning to you. Derek Wilson, hi to you, Derek. Just in time for Logan Air. Good to read, Laura. Good to read. Right, so Derek Wilson says, can I give a shout out to Derek's daughter, Amanda? Of course. Good morning to you, Amanda. Hope you're doing well this fine Sunday. My pleasure to say hi to you. How's that, Derek? Right, WestJet to Halifax. Well done, Claire. That sun has gone down a tree. I've only got a thin fleece on and I can feel the warmth through it. Really nice. Really nice. So I spy with my BDI, Ryanair pushing and turning. We'll see that in a minute. I've got a feeling that 757 doesn't move that far. Backlit, so I can't be entirely sure what I'm looking at there, but it looks 757-ish. So, next two to go. British Airways with an A320 to Heathrow. Much talk about that third runway. Still makes me smile. I mean, you kind of want everything to sort itself out, don't you? But I keep thinking about the HS2, thinking, I don't know. They need the runway, but the amount of money they're going to have to spend on it relative to if they spent a fraction of the money they're spending at Gatwick to improve capacity is purported to be way, way less for fairly obvious reasons. And it's right saying, well, people want to fly into Heathrow. Sometimes what you want ain't what you can have. Plus, increasingly, I fail to see the logic of putting lots and lots of planes into very crowded locations, but that's just a thought. Right, can't see what's holding that, so I think they're good to go. One Shot Racing, hello to you from Tampa, Florida. Just waking up there. I bet you got sunshine there, haven't you? If you haven't, just lie, because I like the idea that you have. I've only been Florida the once. It did rain quite a bit in Orlando, but Fort Lauderdale was sunny every day. Told you that Ryanair wouldn't go far. EasyJet next out the blocks. EasyJet to Copenhagen. And a 320. Jesome. I do love some of these EasyJet regs. I think Jesus is probably the most notable. Today's, well, the plane on shot, Jesome, Golf Echo Zulu, Oscar Mike. In fact, let's get to it. We don't want to get a telescope. Decided I ain't doing no telescopes today. Having done 3 last week, that's my quota for the month. Hang on, that was July though, wasn't it? Okay, not thought that one through entirely. Good morning and welcome to anyone that has just joined the show. Fantastic to have you with us. If you're a first-time viewer, thanks for giving us a spin. If you've seen it before, thanks for coming back. Didn't put you off too much first time round. And of course you'll know what you get here at Edinburgh. As always, that gentle plea on likes as well. I don't know what the active count is at the minute, but of course with YouTube, if you're not pulling likes, you just get shuffled down the board to the point of obscurity. And for a small channel like ours, that doesn't help a lot. So that's the cheapest, easiest thing you can do to support us. Anyway, I'm Mark, just to complete the introductories. See if that Ryanair has moved. No, don't be silly. Having a top up. Scottish Linda, my calendar is still on July. I've had one of those weeks where I've done quite a lot of stuff at home. You know, all the stuff that you put off to indulge your hobby and all that kind of thing, you know, everyday stuff. And we haven't got our granddaughter as well during the summer, so that's quite handy. So there's other jobs that you won't want to do because the last thing you want is your granddaughter picking up a power drill or, I don't know, sticking a hand in a pot of gloss paint or something. But quick swig of water. We're drier than the box of sand that I'm always on about. Right, Where's some action? Give me some action. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I was going to ask Linda with Robin, what's P1? You think I'd know, but Eddie started school. Oh dear, when would Eddie have started school? Something like 1996, I guess. Sorry, Eddie, if you're listening and you're underwhelmed by your dad being sketchy. Good morning, Jaso. Hello to you. A shout out to Gabriel and Connor who are standing next to me. Jaso, I can't see anybody, but I can see some people behind a bush. So, just in case, when you post that 10:14, 3 minutes ago, good morning and hi to Gabriel and Connor. I'm Mark, so I'm very pleased to meet you both. Good morning, Alan M. Don't worry, Scottish Linda, I will be turning the page on the calendar. Head's been all over the place, but in a good way, so there's no complaints on that, but yeah, guilty as charged. It's only the 3rd of August. Good morning, Stu Gibb. Yeah, it's an interesting one. You know, there's a lot of things I'd like to do, and I think it was a bit like the Riat actually the other week, where it was clear that although I was going in a personal capacity, always wanting to do it, I thought I'd be able to stream the exits fairly well. But once you got there and you realised it was not going to be good, and other people potentially were going to be in a position to cover it better, it's yeah. But I would have liked to have caught a bit of that. It's always easier if, with the arrows, if they're transiting through the airport. So if the arrows were coming to Edinburgh for their hold before they come and do the fly past, that would be brilliant. That would be a magnet, proper magnet. Do you know what? I'm going to stop taking my coat off because every time I do, the sun goes in. Cause and effect. Playing on shot, a Ryanair 737 off to Dublin. Tell you what, just taking the camera for a quick drive. Don't look too bad over the Pentlands now, does it? And if we go to the windsock, looks pretty similar to the last time we looked at it. Let's have a quick look on Meta, see what they are saying. Oh, they're saying I need to verify that I'm human. What would you like? Blood? Fingerprint? I'm being verified. I've been verified. That's good. Right. So it says it's 18 degrees at the minute. 10 knot winds. Five knots crosswind. Probably hear a little bit of it on mic. It is perking up gently. Virgin on their way out to Manchester. Is it that time of day already? Crackers. Good morning, Ian Stewart. Oh, how are you doing, buddy? Worked at the airport in the mid-80s. I bet you've seen some changes then. Both my grandparents, now long deceased, but grandfathers I'm talking about here, both worked at Heathrow, and I often reflect what they would make of it now if they were still in their previous roles. Aviation and the aviation logistics industry, it really is the sort of Formula One of modern business life, is it not? Good morning, Les Donaldson. Upgraded to amber tomorrow. Oh dear. As long as they don't upgrade it to red. Do you remember Storm Irwin? Because I was going to come here for that, and then it became red, and then I think other than one Ryanair that landed, that was it. Everything cancelled. And there is a risk tomorrow that things, if things get difficult, things get cancelled and diverted and all the rest of it. But that's the other reason why we'll be setting up early, because if it gets too ragged too soon, at least we'll have some of the action. Right, inbound action resumes. Ryanair from Berlin, your next inbound. Yeah, it should be tasty tomorrow, should be tasty. I won't be at all surprised to see the ATRs largely cancelled. So we have the mighty Virgin Atlantic A350-1000 there on its way to Manchester on a positioning flight. So that's going to get up smart and early, no question about that. Now, Hammy, dead right, mate. I reckon if you don't need to go out tomorrow, why would you? So let's just go across there. Ryanair to Dublin. I think Tuesday's forecast is a bit better, is it not? Yeah, Natalie Alice, that is the real, say, downside. There's lots of downsides, but travel just, it's horrible, isn't it? Being on the road in torrential rain and high winds, stuff flying about. Okay, Virgin Atlantic, next to go. They're not making a move, they're holding. They know their box office. Oh, Rab says Tuesday nasty also, not as windy. That's interesting. I think I might be thinking more Northumberland. I think it stays windy, but yeah, won't be a great day. I think the trouble with these storms is the forecast really does bob about, doesn't it, as it gets closer. not bobbing about at the minute is this KLM A321neo. So pleased that KLM are now including this plane in our shows. Tended to come in the afternoon on a Sunday. Now part of the morning setup. Ooh, a bit of a wibble. I mean, Skywatch, just going to peel off that. Loads of that now to the west. So anyone joining the show from, I don't know, Livingston, Glasgow, and all points west will be delighted with their sky, I would have thought. My plane of the day, currently on shot. Storming the Mickey Mouse Express. I guess it's easy if you think about what percentage of people taking the ride are going to Orlando. As I was saying earlier in the show, I've only been Florida once, and that was Orlando and Fort Lauderdale. I had a blinding trip too many years ago now to remember. I've got quite a bit of that stuff on VHS-C, which I keep thinking I need to get digitalized before it completely becomes lost to retrieval. That's a different story. Right, how early is this getting up? Let's see. Let's have that. We do have an aircraft on final approach, but we can pick that one up in a bit. Good morning, Sue Cruise. Hope all is good with you, and good morning to anyone else that has recently joined the stream. Welcome to Plain Sailing Aviation, here live from Edinburgh International Airport. If you're a first timer, I'm Mark, pleased to meet you. Loving all that emoji smashing going on around that 350 as well. Let's see where it all starts. Who's the one who's taking credit for it? Mohawk Scotland, I think. Natalie Alice, Scottish Linda, Deb08, Foxy B, Rab H. Yeah, lots of love for that one. You're right, Mohawk, hell of a climb. Must be great flying all that fresh air around. I mean, I'm a non-pilot, but I can imagine it's a real rush carting around an empty aircraft. I wonder if they fancy throwing it around when they're up there. So, Air France next in with a very stylish A220-300 from Paris Charles de Gaulle. First Wookiee of the show, or Puka Wookiee. Of course, we have Air Baltic a bit later on, but one thing at a time. Well, I'll be darned. The Ferris wheel is going. Things that catch my eye. Scream if you want to go faster. Right. Also going faster in a few minutes will be the Ryanair departure to Belfast. Good morning, Alibi 58. Highlight of the day, making chocolate bars for the kids later after the show. Loving it. A lot of product testing, I'm imagining, will form part of that process. Right, we're rolling. I was thinking back to Alibi's comment about the chocolate bars. With having our granddaughter in the week, I do get to see a lot more of those Rice Krispie cakes. Do you remember those? Yeah, well, she likes making those. Works well with cornflakes as well, actually. I think most things do dipped in chocolate, don't they? Right, it's an ATR strumming away. I think I've just about got visual on it. No, a bit too low at the minute. Although Air France look like they're going to be giving way. So let's just go to the left. There you go. On its way up the ramp. Oh, is Air Baltic not on the arrival boards today? That's interesting, Hammy. That being a wet lease for Brussels, but I don't think Brussels are on the board either, are they? What does that mean? I don't know. Oh, telescope. It's going to be a telescope. It is a telescope. Ah! And I'm dedicating that to Rab H. Because I was just reading a comment, which I've missed the preceding one, that says, nice view from up there, Mark, up for it with all the equipment. So it sounds terrifying. Anyway, I don't know, I'm going to have a lay down. Good morning, William Wilson. Hello to you. I think you're right. We've talked about this on previous shows, William, generically. You know, with the... I can't look in the chat at the minute. I've got to not look in the chat. I don't want to see any of those telescope icons, which are no doubt spammed to death. But yeah, you think airlines might think, oh, if we could sell those seats, if we just say it's carry on and nothing else, you think folks would fancy a piece of that. EasyJet to Nice, for those who want to know. Oh, I can't believe I've telescoped already. I'd set myself for that. Oh, sugar. Scottish Linda, I thought you'd give me a pass. Can't believe it. Rab H, I knew you wouldn't give me a pass. Unbelievable. How did it happen? I don't know. Told you, when I get too relaxed, all kinds of unintended things happen. I'm on a terrible, terrible run. There's the offending aircraft. Not looking at that. If I don't look at it, it never happened. Well, except the chat has got it. So where do we get to? Rab, Craig McLean. Oh, Hammy and Dopey Gorp have let me off. No, they've not. There's Hammies, there's Leslie's, there's Dopey Gorps. Yep, senior presiding VAR judge. I couldn't get the camera to it. I might have saved that with the Panasonic, but with the Sony, it's just too needs a bit more love. Craig's just reversed back. Craig, I'm already dead. You can't reverse back over me. Dear me. Good morning, Rick Lee. Let's move this one on. I did say Rab none, didn't I? I suppose I tempted fate, as I like to do, but I am gutted, genuinely gutted. Good morning, Mark Joseph. A shout out to your daughter Lucy and her boyfriend Fred. Of course, Mark. Good morning, Lucy and Fred. And Mark, my pleasure to meet you. And is this going to be a telescope? No. Oh dear. It's a batting collapse for those of you who like their cricket. Total batting collapse. Ragged rovers. Ragged, well, you get the general idea. Mindful children watch the show. Well, Linda, this is true. I should never be let out unsupervised. So I'm going to hold my regular escorts entirely accountable for my woeful performance. Oh dear. I've lost count, Rab. It got hard to do the forfeits. It got easier to chuck the money back into the pot and do something fun to share. Do you remember the Tiger Moth flight? Which I haven't got the cash back for yet. So even though they'd agreed it, that's my chase up on Tuesday, I still ain't got the money. Which is starting to annoy me now because they've had my bank details for a month. But I'm sure that is just a glitch and a hitch. So now I've kind of veered away. Lost count, says Dopey Gorp. Yeah, it's polite not to count. Oh, hang on a minute. Craig's trying to say that's number 2. I can't use the replay function because that's got this glitch on it. Wheels left, said Les. Alibi 58 is the man who settles that one. Alibi 58, if you're not making chocolate, was that ATR departure wheels off? Bearing in mind, any wheel still touching the deck is still a grounded plane. Even if the front set are up, if the rear set are on the deck, I'm having that. That's mine. Can't believe it. Linda Cooper, if you're listening, finish early for the day and get yourself over here. I think Scottish Linda's too far away to rescue me from my woe. Right, we have a Ryanair inbound, do we? Says Stephen Edward from Funchal. Right, let's do that. As Tony Rivers would say, one blooming job. That's why I'm looking forward to the Linda Takeover show, because I can have easy street. I can nip off to Mickey D's and get the coffees in and stuff. While I work on my tan. Craig McLean. Brutal. Okay, Alibi 58. I have to. The wheels of justice have saved me more times than a bit. I'll have to take it. I think in my heart of heart, I knew I was pushing it to the line. I wasn't sure if the rear set was still kissing. Oh dear. I'd say Scottish Linda. That is above and beyond to rewind it and keep
toggling it and researched it twice. You should have given me the benefit of the doubt. Right, I'll give the benefit of the doubt to Iberia Express, who are on the way shortly. I think you're right, Rab. One plane, one job. Oh dear. Les Donaldson, I don't think, looking at your comment, I can imagine, it'd be hard to imagine you looking more delighted than when you type those words. Terrible. Good morning, Kent. Next arriving aircraft, well, you've just seen it. I don't know about the next one after that, but we'll find that one out in a jiff. So Linda is at the window between KLM and Logan Air. Right, let's see if we can get Linda. Let's have a look. If I get a telescope, Linda, it's on you. I hope you've got high vis on. Might need a bit more boost here, so let's get in. Wave. Give us a wave, Linda. Linda, Linda, give us a wave. Linda, give us a wave. Yay. Yeah, got ya. Oh, we're nearly at 300 likes, despite the mayhem that I've unleashed on you all. Unbelievable. So if you've yet to smash, tickle, cajole the like in our favour, it goes a long way, folks. If I could ask for that little bit of extra love, it's the cheapest way to support a YouTube channel, because YouTube only really promote the channels that are generating the likes. Turkish are on their way out, so let's go there. I don't want them on my telescope list. I'm on a hat trick. Mark is on a hat trick. What is it now? About 11:15, 11 o'clock? Jeez Louise. Peepaw. Alibi 58. Those windows will be mint. Guarantee it. Tell you what, the windows are not mint I tend to find at Newcastle airside. You're trying to get a decent picture, particularly around the back of Burger King. Not so much. I know my camera's not brilliant. Oh, hang on a minute, what's happening here? So Iberia Express are moving, Lauda are moving, and now the Turkish is moving. So all looks weighted towards departure at the minute, Kent, going back to your original question. Sue Cruz, I've got a hunch, I could be entirely wrong, but I bet you that 340 goes from Newcastle to Manchester. Be a mighty big coincidence otherwise. So it's going to be leaving Newcastle empty, that's definite. And therefore, I suspect it's busy doing another football charter from Manchester to somewhere else, somewhere far flung, being a 340. Keith Cornell, catch you in the morning, buddy. Lovely to see you, my friend. All right, ready to go? That is a harsh comment, Ian Finley. Veering towards a Scenic. Oh well. Desperate man will cling to any hope. Any hope. Well, the sun's over there now. Here's the thing. Let's just loiter a minute, have a bit of the climb. The Iberia Express is still a fair way from the end of the taxiway. Well, it was. They've put the pedal to the metal. Might be a good moment for me to have a quick look around the kit, check we're not running light on juice. It seems like everything is doing what it should be doing. Good morning, Nick Gray. It has started to pick up, Nick. The windsock looks a bit more excitable than it feels here on Almond Bank, but it's picking up, and you'll hear it on audio. It's going to be something like half of what it will be tomorrow, and I think it was Les was saying in the chat, Les or Rab, that the storm warning here had been upgraded from yellow to amber, so it's going to be tasty. I was saying earlier on that we may get a lot or a little of it depending on how easy it is to set up, on account of the rain being forecast to be stair rod heavy. So let's enjoy the sunshine while we can. So checking back through the emojis, Natalie Alice leads the Viva España charge, followed by Rab H, Hammy, Scottish Linda, Dopey Corp, and Alibi 58. Welcome back, Lowlander. It is a lovely morning, isn't it? If it's not raining, it's not onerously hot. I bet the dogs like it. Louder on the move. Calm before the storm, I guess, relatively. I still find it difficult to comprehend that we've got a named storm in August. I mean, years ago they didn't have named storms, but 60-mile-an-hour winds in August, or late 50s, that's mental. I think, Nick, I'll be watching the Met Office site obsessively when I get off the stream. To be fair, I wasn't sure how we'd fare this morning in the first phase. It was wet when I got here, but the prognosis was always an improving one, so it was a case of get set up and you should be good. Might be a good move, Rab. Get the bike out. Sounds like the following 2 days could be a bit of a write-off. Well, strike the word could or should. Definitely going to be a write-off. Louder air. Trundling. I think trundling is not unkind. I'm trundling out to Vienna. Tell you what we should do, looking at Hammy's comment, we should get you GoPro'd up and figure out how to live broadcast one of your rides when the weather's just on the kind of margin, safe enough, but I don't know, be fascinating. I bet you're well ahead on your annual mileage anyway, I would have thought. Some decent distances being banked. See what, that Ferris wheel ain't stopped spinning. Planes and trains in the background, loving it. You can't have too much planes and trains. Oh, somebody's done something incredibly good for us. Lowlander, what a mate to us you are. I've got some great friends at this channel, and you are in that number. Gifting 5 memberships. Just coating up now. I'm kind of feeling just a little chill creeping on, just a little one, probably because the sun is not on me at the minute. Anyway, 5 gifted memberships. I can't firework us, Lowlander, sorry. My box is like not working properly, which is why we started late this morning. So I'm belt and braces and just doing what we need to do to get the show out the door. But thank you so much. Much appreciation from me to you. And we've got loads of plans, so loads of commitments on the blocks, loads of good stuff happening. So we'll put that money all to work on that. Thank you, mate. We'll name check the lucky runners and riders in a minute. So oodles of transatlantic stuff to go. Generally 11:30 is around the sort of march of the transatlantics. American Airlines due out around 11:35. I think we have a United Airlines inbound 757 at 11:40, and then the other planes you can see at stand there, the Delta, and we've got a WestJet still to go, a couple of JetBlues. It's a bit of a procession. Back to the giftie from Lowlander. So where did that land? Christina Barrow, Elphany, that's a cool name. Alan, Linda Goytil, Warren Myers. Is that 5? I think it is. Welcome aboard. So where's Rab? 4,406 miles this year. Out of curiosity, Rab, how does that compare with the mileage you do in the car? Because that is a decent number of miles. Right, we've got there. Loganair on the move. I'm assuming that'll be a return to Southampton, but you can never be 100% certain without checking. Well, here's the thing. I'm clicking on the icon and nothing's happening. Oh, it is now. Southampton. So the next inbound will be Ryanair from Biarritz, pursued by a Delta 767 from Atlanta. So Smoky Joe inbound, small minutes folks. You might have enough time to boil a kettle. You might not. So do we get to Janet Kennedy? Good morning to you, Janet. Hope all is good at your end. So, tell you what, Rab, you'll be able to pack the bike away in November and still bank a record at this rate of knots. Steve Beakow, that tree that you talk about, let's just quickly put the camera on it. Let's just get the zoom off. Yeah, I think, because we had a couple of trees down here, I think off the back of Storm Irwin, but if that particular one came down, if you had to choose, it wouldn't be the worst outcome, would it? Let's see what the Ferris wheel's doing. Come on, boys and girls, step forward for a real fast, long ride. Oh, yes. They've got it all at Truckfest. They've got trucks and a Ferris. So Ryanair inbound from Biarritz, stand by for action. Good morning, a Pebble fan 204. New member as well, so fantastic to have you with us. And while I'm thinking about it, just generically, because not everyone picks up the posts, do remember next Sunday evening we have our summer online social. It's a membership event, but does come with a quiz and prizes and stuff. So if you fancy hanging out, we are live from around 6 o'clock next Sunday evening. I will put a further post out, but just thought I'd mention it. Okay, Smoky Joe time. Although it probably should be Smoky Josephine, should it not? We tend to give aircraft female pronouns. I can just about see it. I'll put a camera on it in a minute, see if I can catch a bit of chat up. Oh no, Mothman's back in the shed, possibly for the rest of the day. Free Mothman now. I think I should get myself a free Mothman t-shirt. I don't know. For those of you that used to or still do follow Coronation Street, the UK soap opera, do you remember when Deirdre Rashid, I think as she was then, went to jail and people got really excited about it? Free Deirdre t-shirts. I think if memory serves me correctly, there was even a question asked about it in the House of Commons. Lord knows why. It was only fiction. Right, no time to dally there. Smoky Josephine coming in. Good morning, Scott Finley. New subscriber, welcome aboard, Scott. I'm Mark, in case you missed any intro. Bit of photo bombing from the birds there. You definitely want to stay out of the way of this aircraft or they'll be turned into duvet filling. Ooh. Plenty of smoke. Tell you what, Jonathan McD, that's impressive stuff as well. 8K on the bike, car 3. Tell you what, you guys put me to shame. Although I was discussing e-bikes with Mrs. PSA a couple of days ago, so we're still very much low tech and manual, but as what, 5-6 years ago, they are looking a bit battered and forlorn, and to be fair, so are their owners. And I was kind of speculating whether we'd probably move across to an e-bike, maybe e-bikes in the next couple of years. Don't fancy the initial outlay, but I think that the enjoyment factor from it in terms of what you can enhance and whatever is definitely a powerful draw. See, we're fair weather cyclists, Rab. I'll put that one out there straight away. I'm a fair weather everything except aviation live streamer. Never used to be, but these days, I don't know. I've always said I'm nesh, I'm now very nesh. Don't pick up. I don't think I've been rude to you. You're a legend. You're impervious to cutting remarks. Impervious. Ooh, I see one of my other favourite YouTube handles in the chat. Possibly the longest YouTube name. A tribute. Free the Mothman. Exactly. Come on, Amy. It's not right. Probably illegal as well. Right. Inbound. What is it? Come on, flight radar. Oh, I'm just going to have to film the plane and rely on the chat to call it. I'm clicking on the icon and nothing is happening. It's been one of those IT days. So next inbound is going to be Aer Lingus with their A321 XLR, the only XLR in the show, inbound from Dublin. Newbie flies around Scotland. Hello to you. Good morning. No worries, Sue Cruz. See you next time. If you're still with us, if you want to shout out, do say. Happy to do that. Nicholas Innes, hello to you. Am I streaming tomorrow? Definitely, Nicholas. So once I come off air today, had me lunch and got myself to the hotel, plugged in and everything, I'm going to put the thumbnail out. So it will look a lot like this. So watch out for that one. I will put a community post out as well. Just looking at Rick Lee's comment, Nesh. Well, it's for an East Midlander like me, it was back in the day, it was quite a common comment. I am definitely Nesh though, so if anyone wonders what Nesh is, if you feel the cold, you're Nesh. Or if you feel the cold too easily. Right, I'm just going to stop the camera for the minute. Nothing's on immediate final, so I'm going to have to put a bit of sun cream on. It's killing me. This is like one of those spring days that you're not really sure what to prepare for. You come prepared for everything, but let's see if I can put a bit of sun cream on using my tablet as a mirror. This could be possibly the worst applied sun cream ever. But something is better than nothing. And of course you now know it's going to shower in the next 10 minutes because I put sun cream on. I suppose that's better than a poke in the eye with a stick. So I've just degreased my hands, quickly jump back to the chat. Beep, 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 beep. Phil, let's go, hey, up to you. Well, I can't wait to bring you the bonus action tomorrow. You've missed 2 telescopes, by the way, Phil. I'm sure I can do better than that tomorrow, as in more than that. By gum. J-Ro Ruder is in the show. Thumbs up and away from Mark. And hi to Helsinki Spotting. As you can hear on mic, breeze is picking up. As you can see on screen, the ATR is just feeling it a little bit. Certainly well within its comfort zone. No dramas though from Scotland's finest. Good morning, Pete Salverson. Welcome back, Pete. Hope you're keeping well. Thank you, Foxy B. Yep, Nesh is still common in East Midlands. I'm considering myself a cultural attaché. Probably not, but anyway, let's get away from cultural attachés, bogus ones like me, to iconic acts of class, untouchable, and that's United with their 757 inbound from Newark. Crikey, that's 30 minutes early. 30 minutes early. I know it sounds harsh, but I tend to figure United to be more likely to run late, particularly from Newark. So we're definitely into Transatlantic peak hour, I think. First hour of the show has plenty. Certainly between 11 and 12, we're expecting quite a few more. I ended up at the travel lodge at Dreghorn, Phillipscoe. No chance of getting in a travel lodge near to the airport. The one over at Ratho that I normally use was over 200 quid, something like 249 or something like. Whereas I got in at Dreghorn for just over 100 quid, which is still a bit sweet for a travel lodge, but relative to demand, and it's only 20 minutes away, so it kind of works out really. Just hope we get the show tomorrow that optimism deserves. Yeah, I think Rab, the early running New York Newark flight definitely made me smile. I'm used to all the other stuff coming in monster early because not often do we catch any. Air Canada usually come in before we go live, and Delta do, and who else is in early bird? American Airlines. But United tend to default, in my limited experiences, a little bit till later, which works for me. Every 757 in the show is a bonus. I'll tell you what though, folks, those of you that watched our Presswick stream, seeing that 757 in the Air Force One presidential colours, I mean, for me, I thought that was beautiful. I think the livery and the plane on shot combine well, but the presidential 757, boy, did that look good. That was a bonus for me. I didn't even know they had one. I've been that obsessed about seeing Air Force One and possibly Marine One. Failed on that score, but blinking heck, that is a tailwind and a half, Nick Gray. 160 mile plus. Tell you what, I think things are going to be coming in pretty early tomorrow, I suspect. Have to keep an eye on that. I think Phillipscoe, you kind of have to play the thick with the thin. You know, there's no way that there's any value in a travel lodge at Ratho Station. And equally, you kind of weigh it up thinking, are we going to get something from tomorrow that will make for, if you pardon the pun, memorable TV? Well, that we don't know, but we'll see. Ah, Nels. The Stealth Dash 8. Have we had a Stealth Dash 8? I'm having a senior moment. I can't remember seeing a Stealth Dash 8. We had a Stealth ATR. We're talking about Alici Express. Transatlantic time is moving. I can see a Delta pushing, and that Delta is Atlanta bound. So there you go. Ryanair getting in the way. Come on, Ryanair. Hammy, it's an interesting one. Hammy sent me a picture. I would have liked to have included it, but you've always got to be mindful of copyright, and this looked like a classic. But it's a picture of Air Force One. Was it Los Angeles, Hammy? With Air Force One in the background. Can't remember taking off or coming in. And yeah, you couldn't imagine being at an airport in a day that you would have seen Air Force One and Air Force One. I'd have had to have a very lengthy lie down if I'd seen that firsthand. I get excitable at the best of times. Yeah, Nick Gray, I was saying earlier in the chat, Storm Floris is a bit of a, well, it's unusual to get a named storm in August. I'm not sure. I was going to Google it, because I've probably forgotten if we have, but they've only had named storms for last 8 years or so in the UK. I don't think we've had one in August. So this is an interesting one. But it doesn't affect the UK in the same way. So the high wind warnings basically affect Scotland and the northwest and northeast of England. It kind of cuts across the top third, if you like, of the UK. It'll be windy in other parts, but the proper high level winds will be this neck of the woods. We've got a short departure, first one of the morning. There, how's that for you? Where's it going? Let me investigate. I want to take my coat off again. I don't really want to take it off. I'm cooking. And not with gas. So, plane on shot. He's off to Dublin. Well, we ain't got much of that, so let's pop up here. Just hope he doesn't go out too flat. Anyway, no time to daydream. I think we've got a 767 about to start moving. Just gorgeous. I don't think I did see the stealth dash, Nell, but I didn't see a lot of things. Oh dear. Jim 33, good morning to you. Cataract operations soon, not looking forward to it. No, eyes and all that. Yeah, same, absolutely the same. Well, listen, mate, much love from everybody here to you. Natural to be apprehensive about it, but you'll feel better when it's done. Craig McLean, you don't need to do that, mate. You don't need to do that. Tomorrow's on me, beloved members, in that sense. And do you know what? If it doesn't work out, well, it doesn't work out. As Eddie would tell you if he was on commentary, and if he's listening, he'll probably jump in the chat. I'm hardwired towards doing the stupid. And I'm I'm 60 now and I am at my most sensible ever. Bjorn Hansen, hello to you. Happy Sunday to you, pal. Thank you, Stephen Edward. Sun Express inbound. Sadly not in a special livery, but I always think Sun Express livery looks pretty decent anyway. Aircraft in question, inbound from Antalya. Just having a mic changeover. Excuse any rustling. Right, I've got eyes on with the Sun Express. That's handy. Alibi 58. That's what Mrs. PSA says about me. For those of you that are UK based, you'll be familiar with One Foot in the Grave. Mrs. PSA reckons that since I retired, I've incrementally become more Victor Meldrew like. Oh dear. I still can't get over the idea that we're not getting Air Baltic today, or Brussels. So, I've missed this in the last few weeks, the American Airlines pushback. Be nice to catch it. Delta just about to line up though, so I ain't got much of a window. Laura, you're too kind. I probably should have my own TV show, like, you know, the Kardashians or some such. What do they call them? You know, like docudramas. You'd have to see it to believe it. Right, Delta off to Atlanta. Good morning, Michelle Johnson. Oh, Michelle's swinging it straight away. Lots of Victor Meldrews in today. Is that you caught in controversy, Michelle? Oh dear, big smile here. Yeah, I think I'm a budding Meldrew. Give you a very small key taste of that. One of my pet peeves is, you know, oh, blimey, hat trick for telescopes. Can I save it? Of course I can. There's your smoke. Boy, was that close. I'll hold on to my pet peeve. I'll give it you another day. So EasyJet holding the shot at the minute. So next inbound, let's have a look at that. EasyJet from Paris Charles de Gaulle, an A320-200. Just about gettable, so we'll go get it. Good morning, Aviation Action Scotland. Top of the morning to you, Squire. Pete Salverson asks, is Sun Express a budget airline? Now, there's more knowledgeable people than me in the chat. I think they're low cost, not ultra low cost, so I'm not entirely sure. I've got a notion they're a co-share between Lufthansa and Turkish Airlines as well, but it's a good question posed. Anyone know better than that in the chat? Do tell. Tell you what, that wind is just going up an extra couple of notches. Hang on a minute, something good's happened. Screen's gone yellow. That could be a good sign. Natalie Alice, so generously super chatting us. Heading out now for the day. Good luck tomorrow. We'll miss the stream, but watch it back. God bless you, Natalie Alice. Have a good day, everyone. You're a superstar. I wish I could firework you, but you have my hearty thanks. Fantastic support, Natalie. Have a great rest of the day. Hope you're doing something nice. Not off to work or something. Good morning, Hans Olav Mork. I see you have flagged for 5 months membership. Jet2 double thumbs up. Well, thumbs up from me to you, Hans Olav. Fantastic support. Thank you for being a member of the channel. 5 months, eh? Thank you, Stephen Edward. A budget airline. Aviation Action Scotland, yes. Sunlight Express, Starlight Express. There's a few puns in there you could flip around on that. I do think as far as liveries go, theirs ain't bad. In fact, there's another one that ain't bad. over there just making room, but it looks like WestJet are pushing back for their Toronto departure. All right, Ian Finley, scheduled and charter. I know they're no small player. I never failed to be impressed by Turkish Airlines. When you look at their fleet size and their diversity of types that they operate, a bit like Lufthansa, they are, in that sense, very much the plane spotter's friend. None of that Ryanair single type fleet. Good morning, Mark Harden. Hey up. Yeah, we would have been doing that one, Mark. That was the original plan, and then Storm Floris created some additional angles for us, and with a snap poll of members yesterday, back-to-back Edinburgh won the poll, so back-to-back Edinburgh it will be. Kind of how we do it here at Plain Sailing Aviation. Ian Finley, catch you soon, mate. Catch you soon, buddy. Enjoy your lunch. Good morning, Lindsay. Is it good morning still? It is still good morning. Aviation Action Scotland is eyes on our next Delta. Roger that. I think I've got 330 likes on my clock. Be nice to get us somewhere north of 350. If you've yet to hit the like button, give it a tickle for us. It goes such a long way. In the meantime, I'll keep scanning the horizon. It looks like this it's a Ryanair. It certainly isn't going far. So the next inbound, what is going on here? Chat amongst yourselves. I'm just about to take a hammer to this. Right, almost certainly that is off to London City. We're kind of in London City's operating window. It's an Embraer 190. I'd like to say it's a standard. It's definitely a 190. So if you can hear it, I can just about hear it in the background. They're enjoying the old horns on those trucks. Truck Fest, of course, taking place on the Royal Highland Showground. Truck Fest 2025. Runway inspection currently ongoing. What else do I need to tell you? Good morning, Kenny Murphy. So, hi to plane enthusiast Alfie Murphy, age 6. Enjoying the stream? Well, it's my pleasure. So, Kenny and Alfie, good morning to you. I'm Mark. Lovely to meet you through the chat. Thanks for joining us. Air Canada are also on the move with their 737 that is on its way to Montreal. In fact, let me show you that. You've seen plenty of BA Embraers. I have to say, I'm not a huge fan of the 737 aesthetically, but it does look pretty good in Air Canada colours. No sign of movement on the American Airlines Dreamliner. Not sure if it's transponding yet. Look at the climb on that baby. Climb, baby, climb. So that was due out at 11:35. Come on, shake a leg. Good question, Hammy. Where is Chippaz? We were messaging each other yesterday. He voted for the Saturday and Sunday options. You ain't got him in your shed, have you, with Mothman? Hammy's Venus flytrap shed. Right, inbound action pending. Ryanair from Riga. Here's your next plane. WestJet are on the move. Right, Air Canada next to go. Yeah, I bet Chip has sacked the stream off to go to the gym. That's the shortest odds. wonder if we chop that tree down, we could get away with blaming it on storm florists. Not a serious suggestion. There we go. Anyway, wasn't worth pursuing, because the thing I was dawdling for, I still managed to push back without me being on it. Alana, I love the WestJet livery too. We'll pick that one up in a second because it is pretty stylish. Lowlander, thank you so much for gifting those 5 memberships. Awesome support, buddy. Off to see the Grand Weens. Have a great day. Have a grand old afternoon of it. I'm with you, Rab, though. As good as that Air Canada looked, same with all of these 737s, be they a Max or whatever. Let's have that stylish WestJet on camera while we wait. We've got an aircraft inbound, but it would have to be a fairly canny price to tempt me, and even then, I don't know if I could stand the discomfort. So next in, EasyJet from Prague with the 320 Neo, 7 years of age or thereabouts. I suppose it's like everything, you can put up with a fair degree of discomfort unless there's a medical reason, if the price is highly advantageous. But you can be really bored, can't you, at a 5-6 hour flight? It ain't long haul. Not really, but definitely bumache territory. Unless you're in the better seats, of course. My new plane of the day. Put a bit of sun on American Airlines and it's gorgeous. Admittedly, the Dreamliner 8 is not my favourite plane per se, but American Airlines livery is just to die for, figuratively. So there's a fair old procession of planes. If you've got flight radar open, you'll notice there's a queue and a bit shaping up. Next to go is going to be Ryanair to Gothenburg. So if I go do the queue back to front, and we're off. So, WestJet, next to go. Lined up. Just waiting for the airspace to clear. Good morning, Carol Ann. How you doing, Carol Ann? Can't see anything with the naked eye on final approach. So we've got a couple more outbounds joining the back of the line. Thank you, Rab. The Qatar Dreamliner looking around 1324. We may pick that one up. We'll see what the appetite in the chat is and whether I think people want that. I would have tracked that one up, but American is moving. Just spied that out of the corner of my eye. And with you, Bjorn, beautiful livery. Looking at all that Pegasus stuff here. Rab, Michelle, Craig. I'm sure it's running too late for us. Sure they've got better things to be doing. British Airways next to go to London City. Scottish Linda smashing the Pegasus. We'll do a yay or nay poll. Where are we now? 10 to 12. About 1 o'clock-ish. Find out what you want me to do. Just having a quick look around power. Most things seem to be okay. We'll pick up the British Airways departure when it rolls. Interestingly, I thought it was a 190 standard, but a quick check on flight radar confirms it's long range. Hell of a long range trip, London City. Right, we're off. No danger of that Embraer getting dwarfed by the tree, was there? Up and away. Flying Dutchman, push back. Looking good as well, looking very good. You were fine, Scottish Linda. You had to be there to feel it, didn't you? And if anyone else is in the show that was there, I know Tony McCall was trackside on the evening on that mound. There was a lot of people there, a lot of people there. I mean, it was a fabulous evening, fabulous, but the amount of folks involved, it was pretty intense. There you go, Hammy. You've helped make my life easier. One more like for 350, says Rob. Yeah, it's a shame that we're not getting a Guitar 350. What we are getting, India. Yeah, Bjorn, I prefer the newer of the two WestJet liveries. I like them both. There's a bit slightly frosty about the newer one. Sorry, Dr. Kersey, I'm working back up the chat now. Scottish Linda's at home. Three, 5-1 likes are up. Oh, excellent. Thank you, folks. Be nice if we can close out somewhere around 400, but anything north of 350 marks a good day. Good day at the Cracker Factory. So, musical statues, our KLM departure. Although I'm not in a rush to see it move, to be honest. Probably the closest perspective I've actually had. Something about the slightly different livery on the KLM A321 Neo. The way they've routed the cheat line on it. Just looks classy. Sunshine, don't do it to miss either. Okay, next to go, Ryanair, off to Shannon. Followed by American Airlines with their Dreamliner to Philadelphia. So, there's your Dreamy. Planes and trains beckon. What are we going to get? I don't think we will. Only said that to tempt fate. I see JetBlue Mint Leaves is pushing back. We'll have a look at that in a minute. Bjorn, are you thinking older Air Canada, as in minty blue, in which case I'm with you. I like both of those again though, so it's interesting when you can change a livery and still feel affinity with it. You know you've kind of achieved your mission. Let's have a bit of jet blue actually. I think it is the only special livery in the show, so. However, hold that thought. Let's go all American. Yes, I'm not following all the chap. God bless Scottish Linda. She was excellent. And when we reprise the Linda Takeover show, if we can pull it off, hopefully at some stage this month, you'll be able to have more. Here we go, Philly bound. It's a good thing I'm not using the long lens tomorrow because the wind is starting to grab it. We did say gusting would get to around 30 mile an hour. I'll have a quick check in with METAR in a minute. It's not going to give me a favour there, is it? Nothing all that emoji spam for American anyway. HGC, welcome back HGC. Foxy B, Nell, Rab H, Scottish Linda, Craig McLean, Michelle Johnson, Dopey Gorp, Deb08, Hammy with a Dreamliner emoji, and more Michelle. That is a good looking plane. Oops. That fence that I had on show there, not so good looking. Good morning, Linda Jane Love. How you doing? Yeah, they definitely. We were talking earlier in the show that if Storm Floris was by chance to take some of that tree line down, it wouldn't be the saddest outcome for aviation enthusiasts. Case in point. Bye. So what we've got going on here? Well, we've got a Jet 2 pusher and we've got a Jet Blue, did I say Jet 2? Jet Blue. Jet Blue mover. And Scotland's finest are on the move. They've got an ATR just joining the taxiway. We'll pick that one up in a minute. I've got a feeling that might be Exeter. Bergen, actually. Fancy that. So the JetBlue on shot off to New York JFK. Bit of a traffic jam. Who's going to get the racing line through there? Looks like Loganair are giving way to EasyJet. Ooh, I see something. It's just landed. I'll get to it in a second. I've been thrown out my own chat. That happened, didn't it? Ian Nicholson, you've already been incredibly super generous and kind to us during the show. Massively appreciated. Thank you so much. 5 more gifties. That must put you in double digits. That is Olympic stuff, mate. Thank you so much. Absolutely unbelievable. If only I got my fireworks. Who got? Let's do that. Sid Wes, David Kelly, Christine Barnes, Becky Hale, Craig D, and I feel that should be another name. Have I only counted 4 off there? 1, 2, 3, 4. That is 5. I lost count. Oh dear. Awesome stuff. Hey, we're off. So, sister aircraft is about to sally forth. That'll be the Boston connection. Coming your way, Nick. Good morning, Gordon Hunter. Gordon likes the JetBlue livery. Me too. To be fair, the Transatlantic stuff, I don't think there's any of it I don't really like. I think Delta's is probably a bit drab, if I'm honest, but they get away with it with me because they send us the 767 and sometimes the A330. Hey up, Ian Nicholson. I can't believe it, man. Untrue, unreal. Another giftie. This one to Andy. Tell you what, you are spoiling us something rotten. Unbelievable. Thank you so much. I know the feeling, Michelle. I managed to boot myself out of the chat a few minutes ago. I don't really know how, but it happened. So EasyJet waiting to go. Off to London Luton. British Airways inbound from Heathrow. So a quick look out onto flight radar. EasyJet next in from Geneva, somewhere that we will be streaming from later this month. Air France are on the move. We'll pick them up in a minute. Yeah, I've seen that Alibi 58. That would be a treat, wouldn't it, if we ever got that through here. The 100 livery. I wonder when the 767 does drop out of service. I'm expecting we'll see more 330s, but will we see more 350s too? Kind of reminds me, looking at the tree, I need a haircut. Social next Sunday, haven't we? The online social for members. And, oh, Aer Lingus are on the move with their A321 XLR. The trouble with short hair is it soon gets out of shape. Right. Inbound action and a bit of train action. Can we get them both? Of course we can. Good afternoon, Gregor Sadowski. Not said your name correctly, I know, but lovely to meet you. I'm Mark. I may have said hi to you before actually, so I do apologise. Stuart Donnelly, hello to you. Does seem that a good proportion are going long, certainly from where I'm standing. So Gregors, I've got your other message about saying hi, so I got there in the end. I do get there in the end, more often than not, but not infallible. Just for you that, Deb08. Does your boy come this far north with them? If so, one of these shows you're going to have to say, that's my lad in the train that's framing the shot. That would be mega cool. We often do shout outs for folks who are on planes or flying planes and other variations. It will be a PSA first to do that for the driver of an LNER express train. Ooh, that's early. Earliest today, I think. Off to Bergen. I've not looked, but is that a positioning flight? The reason I say that is I don't recollect Bergen, Loganair to Bergen featuring in the Sunday show. Ooh, what have we got here? Gary Fleming is in the house. Gaza, good afternoon to you. 17 months with plain sailing aviation. Awesome stuff, buddy. Can't do the fireworks today because we've got a little bit of a technical thing that we're dancing around. So I've cut all the extras off, which seems to have worked. Lufty inbound from Frankfurt. No, Eurowings, not from Frankfurt. I took a punt because I thought Lufthansa are due. I think that might be inbound from Stuttgart, but let's check it out. I'm curious. Stuttgart, yes. Frankfurt are normally in by now, and that is the next aircraft. So I can just about see it over the far yonder. 3 planes queuing to go. 2 A321s. And, unless I'm much mistaken, Air France with their A220. Got an interesting overflight. American Airlines with a 777. You can see it on flight radar. Have I got it visually in the sky? No. Come on, the dream was there for a moment. Now that was definitely not a pedal to the metal departure. Pretty genteel, to be honest. So, here comes our lufty. Miscalled by me on the previous plane. JetBlue next to go. I think they've got time enough to get out. We've got Ryanair inbound from Belfast. Yes, Scottish Linda. Aberdeen is on the cards. We plan and hope to go this month. It just depend on the overall channel finances, etc., etc. Everything goes on content, obviously, but you kind of, it's always a tricky old thing to knit it together. But the ambition is very much to do one more Aberdeen show for 2025. So, dear members, watch this space. JetBlue off to Boston. Since I put sun cream on, I seem to be a bit of a wasp magnet. Not to put too fine a point on it. Deb08, boy, it works. Newcastle, London's King's Cross. Dopey Gorp, another fantastic long-term supporter of the channel, who nearly bought himself a telescope there. Between batting off wasps and catching up with the chaps. So Aer Lingus next to go. 27 months. I think you might be the first person to post a 27-month milestone, Dopey Gorp. Where has that gone? But it's nice of you, very tactful of you, to put 3 telescopes in there. I am on a hat trick today, enough said. I did have a hat trick last Sunday, enough said. Shameful stuff. Christine Barnes, good morning to you. And congratulations on, I think you were one of the gifties from Ian Nicholson. Right, the only XLR in the show is in the show. Jim 33, member for 12 months. Oops, I'll put that in my pocketbook in a minute. Thank you so much for your support, Jim. Massively appreciated. How are they doing with that Ferris wheel? Let's have a look. This way, I think. I want to take my coat off. I'm cooking. Not cooking with gas, just sweltering. Just what you expect in August, isn't it, really? Good morning, Kenji. Top of the morning to you. Coat is off. Stand it no more. I'll be wishing for this tomorrow. When I'm being lashed by the elements like a trawler skipper. So EasyJet to Bordeaux is the aircraft on shot, an A320-200. And it's one of those operated by EasyJet Europe. Trev Lion, it will be, weather permitting naturally, I'm going to be altering the thumbnail that is currently showing for members. So that was originally set as a placeholder. It will be 07:50 UK time for tomorrow's stream. So that's the plan. So at the minute, if you look at the thumbnail, it will say 9:30. Ignore that. It will be. I will change that this afternoon and turn it public. So at the minute, it's just a members' advance notification. It will be public domain, probably about 4 o'clock, 4 o'clock this afternoon. But I will put out an extra post as a nudge on that one. Yeah, Rab H, Panasonic day tomorrow. It was tricky enough setting up this morning. It was raining enough to be a nuisance, and on your own, you ain't got enough pairs of hands. So anyway, Panasonic day tomorrow. Not going to be. The Sony setup is pretty resilient actually. I think I've got that into a good place, but I can't see the sense of risking it tomorrow. And I think the wind strength will play havoc with the telephoto lens. I think it's just offering up more drag, so I ain't going to do that. Christine, I hope it's sun cream. It could be wasp attraction. Perhaps if I reverse the label, that's what it is. It's the sun cream equivalent of Blue Stratus aftershave, or High Karate, or some other 70s, 80s classic. Although I don't know why I'm laughing at Blue Stratus. That was my aftershave of choice back in the day. And I think it was the fragrance of choice when I started going out with Mrs. PSA. So it must work reasonably well. Or she had no sense of smell. Right, got an inbound, so hold the thought. Inbound aircraft is Ryanair from Béziers, a MAX 8-200, departed 2 hours 18 minutes ago. I'm with UDEB 08. I hate wasps, but they seem to like me. They tend to get aggressive towards the back end of summer, but I kind of noticed over the last week that they seem to be quite aggressive in my part of the world now. Is that a bit of crab on there, or is that just an illusion? It's definitely feeling the breeze. Going up. Toga, toga, toga. Well, there you go, folks. Expect the unexpected. It is picking up wind-wise. I'm just wondering if it's just a little bit windier in that sort of 200 to 300 foot corridor. Welcome back, Philip Borin. Michelle Johnson, make me a sandwich too, if you won't mind. Packet of cheese and onion crisps on the side would be really spiffing. Oh, blinking heck, Rab, thank you. I'd shake your hand. Nell, don't fall out of love with me, figuratively. My incompetence is legendary. I don't know how I missed your 27-month milestone. Does that make Nell first then? It does, doesn't it? Oh, I feel terrible now. Deary me. You know I don't do it on purpose though. Not that that's a defence. Oh, I'm going to feel rotten for the rest of the day. Eee. Soz. Christine Barnes, thank you so much for donating a super chat, $1.99 to the channel for the gifted membership. Well, I think that's all down to, I think that's Ian's, Ian Nicholson. I know Lowlanders also gifted memberships, but I think you might be one of Ian's. Either which way, Christine, thank you so much. So the EasyJet in no rush. I don't know why it's in no rush, but the window has definitely closed. So we've had a go around. How's KLM going to get in on their E195E2? We'll find out. I'll have a quick look in Meta. I think they've got a little weeny bit of crab on. Initially, anyway. Regulation now, though. Nice and stable. Best Wookiee effort of the day. Right, that EasyJet really is off to Bristol. Just inching its way forward. Chance for me to catch up with the chat. Gary Fleming at Blair Drummond last week. Wasps were a nightmare. You kind of get used to it, don't you? Especially in pub beer gardens back end of August or thereabouts. But you do seem a bit busy for, well, I suppose we are in August now. I keep thinking we're in July. Back to Scottish Linda and my calendar that is yet to be turned over. Ooh dear. The crown thing, I don't know what's happening with this. I'm going to have to, I've deselected that. It defaulted it in last week without me wanting it. I definitely selected it off my default profile. Did that yesterday. Hence me mentioning it in the post to you all. They're obviously keen to push it if it's crept back in again. It's going to be a real nuisance though, folks, if I have to do that every stream. I will do it because it's not hard work, but it's not YouTube being very helpful. Because I absolutely hate that fan leaderboard type concept. Way too pushy. So next inbound, another EasyJet, an A320 from Madrid. Registered JESP. Well, Golf Echo Zulu Papa Echo. Let's get to it. Way. Way. Well done, pilot. Tricky. Cool head in that cockpit. I thought it was going straight back up. Tell you what, folks, it's getting a little bit tasty. Let's just check on the wind direction. I think we're picking up a bit more. It might be picking up a bit more crosswind. I don't know it. Anyway, by the by, Scottish Linda, my eye has jumped straight onto the screen. You have sent me a gifted membership. Too kind. Thank you so much. And that went to, it's hard to read in the glare, but Dome's Tea. I don't know if Dome's Tea is in the show, but thanks to Scottish Linda, you are now a member of the PSA Crew Lounge. Fantastic support. Just picking up the conversation between Rab and Nell about the crowns, I think. Definitely I have the ability to do it. It's in the privacy menu of, I think, of all things. But it made me annoyed that they default it in rather than tell you about it and allow you to select it. It kind of looks like a Beach King Air 200. Sounds lovely. And I see a gifted, no, not gifted, Kenji rejoins the PSA Crew Lounge. Fantastic to have you back with us, Ken. Big smile at this end and a thumbs up. Can't do fireworks, as I've said a few times on the show. We're having a bit of a technical peeve today. Anyway, see if I can catch the chat back up. I'm a little bit behind. Normal service resumed. Craig, are you sure it wasn't the Blue Stratus? Oh, I don't know. I wonder if it's one of those aftershaves you can still buy. I think they still make Brute 33, don't they? Because I've long since forgotten what it smelt like. So we've done the togas. Cool, I am behind. Yorkshire Biker, hey, up to you. You're right, Alibi. YouTube is full of, it's a good platform in terms of what you can do with it, but I think their thinking these days is all over the place, if I'm honest. As a creator, I haven't felt at all supported by some of the things they do. Inbound from Bristol, next, in the shape of an EasyJet. I don't think they police their own system properly either. But that's another peeve. So next in is going to be an EasyJet from Krakow, so hold that thought. If I get back to the chat. So, Bingo Bango Bongo is in the show. Great to have you back. It is a bit blowy. Had a go around, had a near go around. Interesting. All in the last sort of 20 minutes. So, I think the direction has probably shifted slightly. Hammy confirms they still use sell Brute 33 and Asda. What, as aftershave or as drain cleaner or, I don't know, ant killer or something? Is it one of those multifaceted products? I wonder if do they sell Blue Stratus then? I would buy a bottle of Blue Stratus, as long as it's not silly money, just for the nostalgic, what did it smell like? You're right. We're talking about Brute 33. So I've just seen Rab's post about Henry Cooper. Barry Sheen, of course, as well, was a big booster of Brute 33. Telescope. Yeah, that wind is definitely up, so I'm just going to park that for a second, have a quick look-see in, see what Meta is actually saying. Just feels like it's moved. Well, Meta wants to verify I'm a human again, so let's just quickly go to what the Met Office claim is happening. So I think it has moved to a westerly, currently gusting at 34 mile an hour, they say, and it'll ease back down again between now and 5 o'clock to 29 miles an hour. So Meta is currently saying 12 knots on wind with a 6 knot crosswind. Curious. So next aircraft in, we'll pick that one up in a second, see if I can get a bit further down the chat. Qatar now showing 13:28. Well, we'll get to 1 o'clock and then we'll see what you guys want to do. Looks like we've got another RB211 Concerto. That will be United Airlines to Washington. See what, that wind is whipping. Let's get on the inbound. We'll figure it out in a bit what it is. And the wind has just dropped. Yeah, you're right, Alibi. It was a legendary cheat, was it not, that Ali and his cornerman, was it Angelo Dundee? Memory's not quite what it was. BizJet departure pending. Torn glove. Kind of how I remember it. I mean 1970s in particular, and 60s and 70s, I guess. A lot of legends about. So we've got assess the citations sovereign NA to NA, so it's going to Nels Air Hub. In case you wondered where the United 757 had got to, it's exactly where you left it. We do have another aircraft on final approach, and that's another Bizzo Gulfstream G500, another NA to NA. Let's see how it gets on with the wind. As you can hear on mic, still pretty blowy. The BizJets always seem to get down though, don't they? Hello Mikey. Partner due to land early hours of Tuesday, 40-mile-an-hour winds right now. I've got a feeling all will be well, if I'm honest. I think at those kind of wind strengths, they'll be fine. I think it gets tasty generally if you get up in the 50s and upwards and with a decent crosswind component. Hope I'm right with that. Thank you, Big DC. Yes, going back into the alley Henry Cooper fight, cut glove. Genius when you think about it. Split second thinking. Yes, it was a cheat, but if you flip it over and look at the sharp practice that goes on in all sports now, or pretty much all sports, it was ahead of its time, you could argue. I think you might be stretching it if you said it was ring craft, but it's definitely craft of a different kind. Right, we've got an ATR coming in next, so that's going to be interesting. Thanks, Alibi. Angelo Dundee. I nearly said Crocodile Dundee, which of course is Paul Hogan and a movie, but I just couldn't unblock my head. Right, ATR time. Let's just see how they get on with that. Aer Lingus in from Dublin. Hear that music in the background? Carlowry Castle. Ah yes, you're right, Trevline. Point of accuracy, Cassius Clay. He was Cassius Clay at that point in time, not Muhammad Ali. That's what I love about these kind of chats. You remember a lot of stuff and you forget a lot of stuff. Music. Can't get off that pigging tree. Focus is just latched on it. Okay, Scotland's finest, next to go. I think, Kenji, that tree is swallowing quite a bit today. Right, Sun Express are pushing back. Scotland's finest are on the roll. Apologies for the rustling. I'm just moving a couple of bits just for visual inspection. Good afternoon. If you've just joined the show, welcome to the back end of our Sunday show, live from Edinburgh International Airport.
I watch it
I'm
all
still
the
live.
time.
Yeah.
I watch it all the time.
Your name is?
Sophie.
Sophie.
Yeah.
I'm Mark Sophie. I am delighted to meet you.
Yeah. I watch your lives like almost every single day because I love watching planes. Like I want to be a pilot when I grow up.
Oh, I really hope you do.
Thank you. Yeah. So.
That's me.
Yeah. I
So
just have to make sure. Yeah.
lovely to meet you.
Lovely to meet you too.
What a lovely lady. Or young lass. So, likewise, where are we? 379? Do you reckon we can cash out at 400? Who knows? But if you've yet to exercise your mandate, it'd be fantastic if we could get to that 400. So I'm just going to start setting up. I've brought a little camera with me so I can go to camera at the end, because if I can I tend to, don't I? So a bit more clanking about as I go through my box of bits. See if I brought the right gizmos. So EasyJet lined up next to go. That is going to be a next departure action. And that easy is taking it easy all the way to Lanzarote and a 320 Neo. Right, that's the camera installed. So having a quick look out to sea. I think our next is a Ryanair from Alicante, a Max 8 200. So hold that thought. Oh, we have got Air Baltic. Hammy really yanked my chain on that. I was feeling really short-changed. 15 minutes out, says Rab. Yeah, that was Hammy that put the fear of God into me on that one. So I'm happy as a sandboy about that. We'll definitely do that. Where are we now? 1 o'clock. So we're going to extend for the Air Baltic. I think that will probably then bring the Dreamliner into play. I think 13:28 was the last I can remember time on that. So if everyone's in agreement, should we finish? I don't think, well, let's do yay or nay now. I don't know what time the Pegasus is due in for the starter for 10. So we'll finish at 1:30. If you want the Pegasus, let's do the yay or nay now. If you want it, spam it. If you don't want it, I haven't got an anti-Pegasus emoji. I probably should have come up with one. But I'm really down and chilled whichever way we want to do it. I think we're good juice-wise. It's more about, we talk about the comfort factor on a Max 8 on transatlantic flights. I don't want your bums aching on this stream either. It kind of defeats the object. So yeah, let's just straight to the chat. Are we extending for the Pegasus or are we driving past? HTC smashing it, Craig McLean smashing it, Yorkshire Biker smashing it, Scottish Linda smashing it, Gary Fleming smashing it, and then coming round again. Listen, you lot, no block votes, just because the screen's gone yellow. Ken G having a piece of it as well. Oh, dearie me. Dopey Gorp, well, that was my way of checking if you were still in the show, because I knew you'd be all over this. I think we've got enough juice. Everything looks good. Let's give it a go, but it has to come in on time, I think, really, because I've got to manage my data as well, because obviously you run a bit longer than you plan, you burn a bit more data. That's cool. We can always do top-up type things. Sorry, Big DC. My bladder has got a different view on things, so as show stalwarts such as yourself will know, it can be a bit of an ordeal for this old geezer at the back end of the show. Still think there's a bit of crab on there. I'm working those flaps. But no drama. I still think the coolest toga I've seen this season, 2025, was that Brussels Airlines one, flown by someone that we now know to the channel as Captain Bert Hypernix, who executed a extremely finely judged and well judged toga, just classed a watch. That stream where it took me, Linda Cooper and Steve Beacal, 78, all our might to hold the tripod down, and Mohawk Scotland having to dash here with extra power for us. God, that was a day and a half. Keith Cornell's back in the show with some kind of weird goat emoji. I don't know where you got that from. Pegasus just past Munster, says HDC. What's that then, about an hour and a half out? Ooh, we're rolling. Better concentrate. Sun Express returning to Antalya, I guess. Chock-a-block with folks expecting a sunny time of it. Yeah, that wind's back again. We've got somebody on final approach, so let's see how they get on. British Airways inbound from Florence with an Embraer 190. They're good on the wind, aren't they? Well, hey. You've got this, come on. Yeah, lovely jubbly. So next in, while I've got flight radar open, is that Air Baltic that Rab flagged. A200, A220, not 200, A220 300, 3 years of age, shortly to cross the coast. Hey, oh, Polar Bear's nearly got eyes on, I see in the chat. Stuck in this Truckfest traffic on the A8. Well, that's interesting. I was minded to take a loop round and go to the BP station there, because it's got a M&S sandwich type, you know, little M&S shop. Gonna get a couple of bits and bobs for this evening. I'll give that a swerve for a bit then. I'm not really fancying a queue. It was insane, weren't it, Rab? I think that is the most crackers one we've done. And yet the wind wasn't the strongest wind we've ever streamed in, but the direction was just on the money. Yep, you're right, Michelle. I think myself, Linda and Steve nearly had our own kind of Mary Poppins Wizard of Oz type moment, all heading off over yonder, attached to the camera. I think all three of us were absolutely spanked knackered at the end of that stream. I think the only one that's ever pushed me that far would be the Scotland-France charters from 2024. Yeah, 2024. That was windy, wet and bitter cold, but it weren't as windy as it was for that Brussels go around. Jeez. Right, somebody else is coming to have a go. Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. And it is that Air Baltic. I'll tell you what, all the pollen that is being whipped up off the wildflowers on the embankment here. Mo, if you're catching any of this, your hay fever would not appreciate it. Very genteel. So we do have somebody else in the line. Ryanair from Barcelona. We'll pick that one up when it crosses the coast. Ross McNeil, good afternoon to you. Don't worry, mate. We're doing a bit of added time. I think we got spammed up enough to take us along to do the Pegasus when it comes in. I've been dodging it for weeks, and as I'm staying over tonight, I figured I'd throw it out there. The members have spammed the answer in sort of did it. Lots of yellow. So you're okay, mate. You're going to catch up until the Pegasus, so I guess that'll be another hour and 15. Hope you're keeping well. Definitely 10 to 8, Trev, if we're talking about tomorrow's start time. Like I say, I'll amend the thumbnail. It was all lastminute.com really. Well, I hadn't even appreciated that they got a named storm coming. I know they said it was going to get a bit windier. music's back on. That must be one hell of a wedding shindig, if it is a wedding. Ooh, bit of a dip, but otherwise looking good. We're adding music to our streams as well now. Hope I don't get a copyright strike, although I'm not sure who's going to claim that. Michelle, yeah, Linda's working. She was in the show earlier on, and I think from next week she's going to be more available at the weekends, which is really fantastic. So she will be in next Sunday's show, health permitting and all that, which is excellent news. So checking out some of that Air Baltic spamming as we look at the back end of the bus. Rab H, Yorkshire Biker, Dopey Corp, HGC, Ken G, Polar Beer and Nell. It'd be me too, I feel like spamming it. And Scottish Linda. Crikey, Steve B. Cal, that does sound busy. But Edinburgh has got a lot of stuff happening, hasn't it? I think local tourist chiefs must be cock-a-hoop. There's a Gateway Airport, it's doing brilliant business. It's got its own cultural events that pull the crowds. I think they've had a few headline acts, have we not, this year? Oasis. Was Taylor Swift this year, or was that last year? I only pay cursory interest to what Taylor Swift is up to, big as she is, but anyway, I drift the point. Maverick79, you superstar friend, you super chatting us, loving life, loving aviation, love my PSA family, and we love you in that family, Mav. Honestly, you need to be back down here again before we get into winter proper. It was really good fun standing with you and calling the planes, but back to appreciation. Thank you so much, Mav. Awesome. Tell you what, when I finished, I'm going to see what kind of party's going over at Carlari Castle. Good afternoon, Graham Baird. How you doing? Oh, good stuff, Mav. I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll message you outside the show and just give you some dates to play with, and if they ever match up with what you're up to, that would be fantastic. No question. Hey, that's a great result, that. Buzzing. Oh, good stuff, Mav. I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll message you outside the show and just give you some dates to play with, and if they ever match up with what you're up to, that would be fantastic. No question. Hey, that's a great result, that. Buzzing.
'Cause
Right, EasyJet are taking a while to go, but as you can tell, the taps are open. Well, poor old Ryanair, still looking on, no space at the inn. So we do have the first Jet 2 of the show, and that's an A321neo just crossing into the further fourth, about to execute its turn. It's one we've seen before in the winter season, Golf Hotel Lima Yankee India, brand new in November 2024. I think it was one of those we saw that hadn't got the sunshine painted on it when it first started doing the Edinburgh route. Kind of sticks in my head for that reason. Can't complain, Graham Baird. Can't complain. Always happiest when I'm hanging out with you guys and girls. And that ain't flannel, that's deadly serious. I think the only thing that makes it better is when you've got company down here at the airport as well. That is just top banana at that point. Right, Eurowings, I guess, are going to be going back to Stuttgart. I had this wishful notion, you know, that they were going to send a special livery today. I think they might have overpainted or updated their air fan bus, or fan air bus, say it in the right order. Oh dear. So if you just joined the show, you are now into PSA overtime. We were stretching a little bit for the Air Baltic arrival, which we've seen. The Qatar Airways Dreamliner, which can't be far away, 10 or 15 minutes I would have warranted. And then the cult plane of PSA, the Pegasus inbound, which I think is an A321 today, but to be honest, I didn't look because I wasn't expecting it to be streaming it. It shows you, expect everything. Yeah, Hammy, don't send Mav. Whatever you do, do not join me tomorrow. I don't think you'd be that hardcore. I don't want to see anyone tomorrow. It's going to be horrible. And I don't want people getting drenched or... It's a day. If we pull it off, it'll be interesting to watch. And if it's an epic fail, we'll have a laugh about it next Sunday. How's that? So he's holding well short. I can't see anything gracing the horizon, but so Ross McNeil says the A321 Jet 2s aren't the comfiest. Do you know something? Some months ago I joined the Jet 2 Facebook group, and there was a lot of discussion about the comfort on that aircraft, because obviously they were rolling out their new 321 acquisitions. And if I remember correctly, not that I could tell you much in terms of what the difference would feel like, but Jet 2 definitely said they were upgrading the seating. Apparently there's more than one seating type that went into those. Well, anyway, they were upgrading it. But I guess, Ross, you're talking about one of your recent journeys, in which case Did the seat changes make much difference? I've only flown the A321 a couple of times, I think. British Airways from Heathrow to Newcastle. Didn't feel very special. And Privilege when Eddie and I went out to Madrid, I think it was. I think we did Privilege from Schiphol to Madrid. And that was quite a well-thumbed plane. And that was a bit hard on the bum as well. But I put that down to age. $390 on the Likesometer, and 10 more to get the magic 400 up. We'll call that final call on like, shall we? If anyone has the love to share with us and wants to give us a like, get us north of 400, that would be fantastic. But you know what? If we don't quite crest the hill, it's been epic, and I mean that. Right, I can see some lights on the plane. That's a good sign. Where are we now? 1320. And it is that inbound Jet 2, which, as we revealed a short while ago, is inbound from Alicante, just crossing the coast at 50, less than that now, 1,100 feet, something in that region. I'm trying to pick the tune out. It sounds ish familiar in the way that if I sing a song, it might sound ish familiar. Don't worry, that's not me about to. I'm not going to open up the vocal cords. And someone switched the wind machine back on. I think there might be a little bit of crab back on there. Ooh, what do you reckon, folks? Always in control, but I thought it might be going back up. That's got to be the latest touchdown we've seen today. But I throw that one out there to the chat. What do you reckon? While I pick all these wildflower seeds out of my eyelashes. Even get behind your glasses. Right, we've got an ATR in next, so actually we're going to have another look-see at what the wind's doing. Inbound from Logan Air from Newquay. "400 likes are up," says HGC. 401, big thumbs up, big smile, epic work team, epic. I think that's an overused. I suppose it is choosed if you said it badly. Overused word on YouTube. At times I chortle when I see things described as epic, and well, I'm not going to delve too deep into that. But seriously, excellent. So I think this is still the Eurowings departure to Stuttgart. a fairly slow release for them, so I guess they'll be chuffed to get away. KLM, they've been turned around quick on their way back out with their Embraer 195 E2. Ooh, Smith's just turned my screen green. Rab H, the legend, and another kind and friendly member of our superstar modding crew, long-term friend of the channel. Rab H, what do I say, man? Except thank you so much. 5 gifted memberships to the channel. I'm going to try and read them off if I can cope with the glare. Oh, crikey, telescope. Eek. I'm on number 3. Uh-oh. Sugar, I've lost it. No, I haven't. I'm going to have to refer that to VAR. In fact, let's just see if the replay works. It didn't work last time, did it? Nah, I'm going to replay's knackered. I'm going to refer it to Alibi 58 while I read out who got the gifties. KB Axel N, Bella B, the Soaring Scotsman, Rousey 1275, and Raymond Baxter, who very generously super chatted us during the Presswick stream. Oh. Let's see what the chat says. Something else has happened here that's good as well. Let's just see if I get the right one up. Craig McLean, I think, has also sent 5. He has sent 5. Unbelievable stuff. This is not helping my concentration span. I'm just like... And Craig's already been in for 5. I'm just thinking to myself, blimey, that is awesome support. I'm stalling because I don't want to go back in the chat and see what telescope awards I might be getting. Okay, let's just go back one. Take it on the chin. Stuff happens, Mark. Let's see. I'm in. Let's have a look. So, Gary Chatterton. Sorry, Gaz, I missed your entry. Well, Rab, that is plenty of love, mate. Awesome support. Scottish Linda says telescopes. I might report that to YouTube for abusing the creator. Oh God, I want to have a sit down. Might be a lie down. Nell says almost creating. That's reassuring. Craig says telescope, as does HTC. Hey! I can't get the camera on picture in picture. Like I say, the box is something's corrupted in it because I've set up the behind the scenes camera, but I just can't get it to fire. Otherwise I'd be running around in front of you on the embankment. Thank you, Alibi. It was close though, was it not? Way too close. Sorry if I shouted into the mic there, but I'm genuinely euphoric. Can't have a hat trick 2 weeks running. Right, plane on shot. EasyJet from Lisbon, followed by the Qatar Dreamliner. How's that? I just couldn't find the blinking thing when the Logan Air came in.
So Dreamliner inbound, let's get on it. It's coming over here. Departed about 6 hours 40 minutes ago. Hi, Matthew Frizzell. You're right, my friend. Qatar in next. Those distinctive Dreamliner wings, kind of hanging. Three planes queued up to go. I think I'll have a quick celebratory chug of water. Ooh, yeah. You're right, Alibi. Still time indeed. I'm not having a hat trick 2 weeks running. Is that what it is, Ross? Westlife in the background. I've got headphones on as well, so I'm not quite picking up the audio crisply. Can't be the real deal. Kind of sounds like me doing Westlife covers. So that must be Lufty on its way back to Frankfurt, I would think. The minute 3 aircraft parked to go and 2 more wanting to get to the back of the queue. Catch you later, Amy. Enjoy the F1, buddy. I think you're right, Nell. I think there is a message which we're going to explore on the social on next Sunday about voting for an outcome that you then don't stick around for. I think we need to get Mothman out the shed and Hammy into the shed. It would appeal to Hammy's sense of humour to put me on overtime and do a run up. Right, we've got an aircraft inbound. Could it be a Pegasus? I doubt it. It's another ATR, I think. Logan Air, and they're actually getting a bit of movement, I think. Let's have a look. Might have been an illusion. So 1 prop inward, 4 jets queued to go out.
As you can see in the background, Truck Fest, as always, very well attended. We're taking some money. So, EasyJet next to go. Off to Bristol. So, another Jet 2 in the show. This one from Roos, the 737-800. Oh, crikey, it's gotten a bit closer than I thought. United have just pushed back, which I assume must be the second of the New York-Newark flights. Let's see if we can get the confirmation out of flight radar. Chicago. There you go. Next departure is thrown out of YouTube again. Not like being thrown out your own show. "45 minutes," says Scottish Linda for the Pegasus. What was that? 13:36. Yeah, I think we can do that, Linda. If you good people are comfy, I think I'm okay at the minute. If I decide that I've reached the point of something different, I'll just have to say, guys, I've got to finish, and you'll know what it is without having to laugh at me. But I'm good at the minute. Just want to check I'm good on power. Mostly it looks all right. In fact, I've just said mostly. Let's just make it a bit more reliable. Let's just see what juice I've got to play with. So, bum 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 bum.
tactical switch made at this end. KLM lined up to go. So yeah, I think I'm famous last words. I think we're going to be okay. Don't worry, Rob. I'm okay, I think. All mods remember though, of course, if the shift is a long one. In fact, let's just double check the time on that Pegasus. What did Linda say? 45 minutes? Oh, is this the quietest takeoff in the show? I think trackside, everything's ish okay. Anyway, let me catch up with the chat. Aviation Action Scotland. I think if I did Westlife covers, you'd need me to tell you they were Westlife covers. Yeah, I'm liking the idea though. No, I think I'd have to tell you what it was. Craig McLean, I quite like Mothman. He seems a very, very well-mannered individual. He's always nice to me, so I like that. Happy days. Thank you, Rab. Worst livery out there. So this is the thing. Polarise the audience, because we are polarising. If you don't want the Pegasus, I'm with you. Definitely. I think I'm no fan neither. I just like to roll with the fun. I think that's the thing about aviation sometimes, you think there's something for everybody. Where am I looking? Looking for the United, it's blinking well moved. So the next departure is a Ryanair 737 to Brussels. Are you sure, Ross McNeil? Is that Westlife? Kind of does sound familiar.
So here we go, heading for Chicago. Welcome back, Foxy B. Hope you enjoyed your lunch, Laura. 38 minutes, says Rab, hoping that was posted 25 minutes ago. 13:42, possibly. 4 minutes off that, half an hour. We're still in play, but it's going to be tight. $14.20. I might start taking a couple of bits down in the meantime, and we'll do the thank yous and everything along the way, just to expedite a timely departure. Possibly the longest YouTube username, a tribute. Yep, Mothman is a decent cove. Definitely. Craig McLean, Dopey Gorp and Scottish Linda reminding me about the Pegasus. And it's nice of you to say, Dopey Gorp, that you don't care. You should have a bit more care for this aged presenter. See if we can do a bit better with the climb this time. They've all been tending to drift towards the tree line today's show, but let's see. Same as. Oh no, a bit more this time. Oh well. Of course, the other caveat to the Pegasus, if the action dries up, that's force majeure. I'm definitely not one of those streamers who likes streaming nothing happening. So, Dopey Gorp says my opinion counts for nil. Nice one. Oh dear. Don't be spending any money on this. I'm just looking at the chat. Cannot emphasise enough. No Kofis and supers to keep me in play. You've done me proud today. And I couldn't guarantee that I could necessarily do the distance yet. Way too much information share. So yeah, I got Linda Cooper with me. I'd say, Linda, you're in charge. And then I'd just disappear for 10. In fact, might disappear for the final 25 minutes of the show. Is it gone? Definitely thinking about wedding crashing the event at Carlisle Castle. Notwithstanding the underpowered Westlife tribute that's going on in the background. Oh Nell, don't be encouraging them with bids. You lot are my friends. I don't want you overspending for your enjoyment. Alright, it's playing on fairly longish finals. I'm going to put that up onto your camera in a minute. EasyJet on screen is off to Geneva, an A320-200. I said operated by EasyJet Europe, but it's not. Jet 2 inbound from Palma de Mallorca. That's a 737, and that'll be your next arrival. It's quite far into finals now, actually. I tell you what, members, and Scottish Linda, I think you might know this. When we did Presswick, were you there for the A400 Atlas that went out? As you might expect, I filmed it as a pre-show something. It's amazing, we got some really good waves off the flight deck. So we'll pop that one out, hopefully midweek. We'll do that one members first, because I think that one might help promote the channel if we get lucky with YouTube. But it's a cracker. It's a cracker. It's the way I tell them. Why is my screen bleeping? Beep, 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 beep. Rab, you create trouble galore. Drop 50. There'll be the trouble I get into, I don't even take the emoji off, even when Pegasus ain't even appearing in the stream. It scratches my head every time, but it is what it is. Aer Lingus shortly to depart. See where they're going, Dublin, and behind them a Ryanair from Prague. That's the way to go, Big DC. $1 million Zimbabwean dollars. One can only imagine what the exchange rate is on that. If this is some fiendish ploy to get the third telescope, it's kind of working. Crikey, that's a very languid departure. What we got in front of us, EasyJet. I think that might have been the recent arrival rather than a departure. And here comes Ryanair as we march into the very back end of the show. Tell you what, folks, I am delighted we're not taking this to bits in the rain. So quick promo for those who didn't know. I know most of you probably do. Live tomorrow, look out for that thumbnail. It will have a new start time on it of 0750 UK time. So that should be something good. Right, let's get further down. Yeah, Rab, you'd be creating a mutiny, but they'd rough me up. I don't know. Oh dear. What's going on, you lot? You lot are just wild. Oh dear. Yeah, I think mods do rule the chat big time. You lot are brilliant. So now -8, no yellow plane on my screen. You can't be Kofiing me for stuff like that. It's going to make my brain hurt. Nell, you are such a sport, no question about that. God love you. I'm still feeling guilty about not picking your 27-month milestone up when it landed. I'm going to give myself a damn sound thrashing after the show. Dopey Gulp says that's how it is. More Pegasus. I haven't got 5 telescopes today, Scottish Linda. You can't be adding on ones. I've had a couple of VAR uplifts. I'm sure I've only got 2. You're just befuddling an old geezer with the idea that he's got 5. But I don't know what to say. Oh, Mav's chucked in. Keep the yellow plane on the screen. And matches Nell. Mav, you're a maniac. Oh dear. I can't get over you lot. I genuinely can't. Right, we're at neutral there. Let's keep it in the neutral zone. That would be the way to do it. Are you sure, Linda? Now it's 4. It was 5, now it's 4. I think I'm still on a hat trick. I think I've got 2. Ooh, got a United push. That must be New York, Newark. I'm going to move the conversation away from my shortcomings, so we'll be here till tea time. We don't want to be doing that. It's a good thing our Eddie's not in the show. He'd be wetting himself laughing. So, let's have a look. For the avoidance of doubt, it is indeed New York, Newark. The 757 in shot, the final flying pencil of the show. In terms of inbounds, I see nothing on my far horizon. I'm just drawing in the flight radar. I think we're kind of tightening up on, oh hang on, nope, it's gone quiet. So I'm going to do, so keep your money in your pockets here on Inwards team. You've been fantastically supported. So let's have a quick look at all the shout outs. Sorry I can't get myself to camera. I've got the picture-in-picture one here, but the encoder box just doesn't recognise I've got 2 videos. Maria Spinelli hit the 3-month membership milestone. Nell W, or Nell, smashed it at 27 months. In fact, oh, I must have spotted it when it landed. I think I might have got confused about who went first with 27 months. It's good if that was true. Mark Brightspark hit 6 months with the channel. Ian Finley, 18 months. It was fantastic to welcome Dwayne Hughes to the PSA Crew Lounge. Erwin Wirtsin blew us away with a fantastic super chat donation in South African rands, or UK pounds, but educated me anyway. Ian Nicholson, not Neil, Ian Nicholson. Told you I'm leggy now. This name's going to come up more than once as we work our way along. Very generously gifted us 5 memberships. Just going to move the camera because I'm just curious what the ops car is looking at. I think he's just doing his perambulation. John Mackenzie, our friend normally in Hong Kong, now in Japan, blew us away with an incredibly generous Ko-fi donation. Craig McLean, another name that you're going to hear again, very generously donated 5 memberships to the channel. Daniel Watkins hit 16 months with plain sailing aviation. Another major generosity, Lowlander this time with 5 gifted memberships. Natalie Alice blew us away with a very generous super chat. Hans Olaf Mork celebrated 5 months with the channel. Ian Nicholson, according to my notes in this batch, I think 6 gifted memberships, 5 and a 1. Awesome stuff. Gary Fleming hit 17 months with the channel. I'm struggling to read my writing. You can tell as I get tired through the show. Dopey Corp, second man in with 27 months, not first as I originally thought. Jim 33, for some reason I've not written down your monthly milestone, but you have celebrated one. Sorry Jim, I'm not going to reach for a number and be wrong, because I will be wrong. Sorry about that, mate. You can definitely tell this is the bit of the book where I'm tired. Christine Barnes, super generous super chat. Scottish Linda, very kindly gifting us a membership. Ken G, welcome back to the PSA Crew Lounge. Maverick 79, another name you're going to hear again. Let me just move back to the 757. Very generously super chatting us. Rab H blew us away with 5 gifted memberships. And Craig McLean back round for another lap and another 5. Guys, awesome support. What can I say? Are they turning the music up over the other side? I reckon the free bar must be going great stuff. Then we got into an auction, a Pegasus auction. I don't think we've ever attempted that before. So Nell W, crazily but logically, if you go with the 2 parameters there, crazy because no need, but I can see exactly why she'd be doing it, was trying to get Pegasus off the menu with a Ko-fi donation, and Maverick 79 has matched to keep it in, and we can't be far off now. 2 minutes past 2, 14:02 here at Edinburgh. We are literally in the back end of the show. And what a show it's been. I think our next arrival is going to be British Airways from London Heathrow, an A320-200 with their One World sticker. So we've only had the one special livery. That was our friend JetBlue in mint leaves. And whereas One World does not make a special livery, at least it's a sticker. Oh, my chat's gone off. Oh, come back. Baby, come back. Dee, 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 dee. Baby, come back. Not with that kind of crooning. I'm back. Ooh. I'm going to go bottom up now because I don't know where I'm at. 20,000 feet for the Pegasus, says HGC. Well, that could make it as far out as the Hook of Holland or something. Not sure I'm encouraged there. Thank you, Nell. Jim 33 was a year. Too hazy. Every now and again, if I'm distracted, I don't write things down as comprehensively as I should. Enjoying the moment a little bit too much and not necessarily recording it for later. Because that's basically my building blocks. Well, I review the stream and then use the notebook just to double check that I've not missed anything, for the Wall of Champions. Because everything we get here means the world. Leslie Kerrison, I can't believe it. Well, a good afternoon to you, sir. I'll smash the chat with a dropping of 20 gifteds. Unbelievable, Leslie. It's a curious thing that although it's warm, the air temperature is not excessive, but the camera is starting to get hot. More from the direct sunshine rather than anything else, but interesting nevertheless. We've got British Airways Embraer pushing out. We have a Ryanair lining up. We'll have a go doing some of the names on the fantastic 20 gifties from Leslie. Ryanair to Porto is actually the next departure. As soon as it rolls, I'll point you that way. At the risk of a telescope, let's have a go. Welcome aboard, Emma. Simon, I can't quite read that. Simon Wise, Carsten R, Philip J Drake, Tasha, Enzo, Angelini 97, Zach, Paul Roy, Scott Willis, Philip Cutter, Derek Gray, Ian Foster, Rob, London Heathrow, Percy, Tota, Janet Baker, yes, I keep looking, Andy Boy, Stewart, Steve Sedman, Philip Wright, Lil Red Penny, and the plane is moving. I hope that was number 20. With the sun moving a bit more behind me now, the screens are just a bit trickier to read. Not insurmountable for a few minutes left. Well, if that's a heavy plane, I'm a Dutchman. Right, had I done all the names? I think I had. Fantastic support, Leslie, and everybody else that supported us today as well. The team we have behind us here is just exceptional, beyond exceptional. Steve Beekhouse 78, another one that had nearly snuck under my radar, and one of our legends from that Wild show, Windy Wild. Steve Beekhouse 78, 6 months a member of PSA. Thanks for a great stream, Mark and Mods. And while we're at it, let's put credit in exactly the right places. Air Baltic lineup. Dear moderators, God bless you. What amazing work you do. You know that anyway, but what can I say? You've just been immense. Rab H. There's Donaldson, Nell W, Dopey Gorp, Alibi 58, and we had a quick hi and bye from Alexandra Wood. And that's all in no particular order, by the way, but major commitment. And without flannel, I'm genuinely humbled. Am I the only person struck by how quiet those 220s are when they go up? Or for that matter, the E195. I mean, they're all quieter now, aren't they? None of the old growliness of the old Tridents and so forth. But planes taking off now are incredibly quiet. Yorkshire Biker, another amazing friend of this channel, 21 months a member. Don't worry if I've not got to your milestone message, folks, I will get there. I'm just in that, I can't wait till the Pegasus comes in because I'm going to tie a knot in it. So I think I'm caught up. If I've missed anybody, I will catch it up. You know I will do that when I do the World Champions, because you lot are the best. It's the only reason I'm standing here filming a plane that I wouldn't cross the road to see. For the avoidance of doubt. And I love my planes. Leslie Kerrison, the legend that is, member for 10 months. Let me just take this off here. I've just realised something's drifted into the wrong place. There we go. Leslie, consider yourself a legend. 10 months with the channel.
Thank you so much for your support. Michelle Johnson, another channel legend. Hang on, I've just missed a really good planes and trains. If Deb08 was in the show, she wouldn't approve of me missing the front carriages of that. Sounds like tipping out time out the back. So Michelle Johnson, member for 27 months. And another PSA legend. Well, the windows just literally switched back on, but I don't think it's going to move the plane around any. There we go, there's the One World sticker. Keep thinking about what Phil at SCO was saying about the A8 and the Truckfest queue. Just wondering if I can get a cheeky raid to that BP station. Can't still be queuing, surely. Right, EasyJet to Amsterdam, busy disappearing out of your shot. Heads up on the Pegasus, folks. See a light on the far horizon. Could it be a Pegasus? I don't know. Ryanair to Knock is the next departure. Ryanair from Dublin, the next inbound. I'm sorry, Steve Beakel, I'm sure the chat might be able to help. I know how to gift them, but I don't know what you have to do to enable it, if that makes sense. I know someone will help on that score. There's a few things on YouTube which are woefully inconsistent. Ooh, we're rolling, as you can probably hear. Next one's already on us.
So Ryanair inbound from Dublin. I'll tell you what, team, when you think about it in the round, considering the trouble I had before we went live, and I just couldn't get the feed up, it just wouldn't have it. 6 hours later, we've done all right, haven't we? Ooh, Smoky Joe departure, second to go. British Airways line to go first. Craig McLean, you speak for me with your comment about the community as well. Second to none. Ooh, second to land, says Scottish Linda. I think we're finishing with a big delta, aren't we? Because I think I can see the Pegasus. It's just crossing the coast now, if it is the one. Yep. So 2 planes left in the show. No further added time. It's been a blast, folks. As always. Let's see how we do tomorrow. I'm going to bed mega early tonight, mega early. There's not much else to do, and in all seriousness, the early start for today, you always want to catch it up somewhere. So, inbound Pegasus, you asked for it, you got it, an A321neo, 1 year of age, nearer 18 months really. Tango Charlie Romeo Delta Kilo, your inbound plane, departed Istanbul 4 hours ago, near as damn it. So here's the final arrival of the show. What odds on a go around? Q wind, lots of it. More, even more. Although I hadn't thought that through, if it went around, that'd be no good. Do you know what? It's gorgeous here, and there is not a soul in sight here at Almond Bank. So there you go, final plane of the show. 767 off to New York JFK. Let me quickly get to the bottom of the chart, best I can. Sorry if I've missed anything really specific. No Yorkshire biker, do not create a GoFundMe. Definitely a terrible look anyway for an aviation channel, in my humble opinion, and in connection with the Pegasus is just dear me. Pegasus tattoo, can you imagine it? Mrs. PSA would probably not be delighted, but she'd still be more delighted than I would be. Right folks, I'm just going to put the camera long, so there is something on finals, but that's just going to roll through the shot. Let me just quickly check that I've not missed anything that I should have missed. Sounds like those Westlife tribute singers behind me. Nell, you've been ace. No need to apologise. Brilliant. Foxy B, pleasure. I'm just randomly jumping in the chat here. Tomorrow, Michelle, it's gonna be that one. You'll see the thumbnail at the minute. It's members only. That will be converted to public viewing in about an hour and a half's time, and we'll be live from 0:50 UK time, of course, tomorrow. Loving all that emoji spam, even if I don't approve of its endorsement. Alibi 58, Scottish Linda HGC, Maverick 79, Yorkshire Biker, Dopey Gork. You're maniacs. Craig McLean. You are. Trev Lyon's in on it. You lot are maniacs. Who else is at it? There's a lot of repeat spamming it. You can't wield block votes in these things. Jeez, can't keep up with it. Oh, we're into the 767 spams. Brilliant. Craig McLean has dropped a further gifty. Absolutely beyond and above and all the rest of it. That went to Airboss. Thank you, Craig. You are just superb. Right, I'm at the bottom. If I've missed anything, I will figure it out later. Love you lot to bits. I wish I could go to camera because it's a bit sterile this way around, but the box just isn't running. They were struggling to run one video, let alone two, and 6 hours 16 minutes later I think we pulled it off. So I will see you all tomorrow, hopefully, or those of you that are available. Might be a long thing, a short thing, but I think you can hang your hat. If we can get the broadcast up, it will be exciting. So until then, it's Mark signing off from Edinburgh International Airport. Bye-bye to you all for now. See you tomorrow. Bye now.